press this. So I'd like to bring the meeting to order if I can. We've been in recess. The Budget Committee has been in recess since Wednesday. I hope everybody had a nice day off yesterday. Meeting after meeting after meeting, day off. Just wanted to go over a few things before we begin. Today we have to end by 3:30, of course, with Friday being with the sunset clause, so we have to end by 3:30 today. There are a number of supplementary materials that are before you right now. There was a number of briefing notes that I think came out last night that I think are here for you, but if you had a chance to read them, they're also there. I also wanted to let all committee members and any other councillors who are interested in moving or bringing forward any briefing note requests that I would urge you to have them in by the end of today, which is by 3:30. If you want to have any success of them being moved forward as a briefing note, I don't think the committee will take too kindly to seeing a lot of briefing notes coming in at the last minute on Monday. So that's my suggestion to all councillors, is to get all of your briefing note requests by the end of today into the clerks. Today we are going to be going through a number of different agencies, of course, as we have been during the week. I'm just going to run through them fairly quickly, and then we'll begin with some questions. Today we're going to be asking questions of the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, Toronto Zoo, Exhibition Place, Heritage Toronto, Toronto Transit Commission, and Internal Services. We'll be doing a presentation a little bit later. We're also going to be looking at other city programs through the City Manager's Office. Now, what I'm going to do is make a suggestion that depending on where we go in the morning and where we end up with Toronto Transit, I'm looking at moving the City Manager's Office and other programs to before lunch, if we can, if we have time. Part of the City Manager's programs, well, not presentation, but it also will involve questions on the overall presentation that the city manager and the CFO gave to us. I believe Councillor Carroll had requested that during that. So it may actually get into other questions on the overall budget. So, and I'm not too sure how long that'll end up taking, but what I'm going to suggest is if we finish TTC at a reasonable time, that we may be able to move up the city manager's questions and sort of if that works for everybody. But again, let's see how we go. I'm going to play with it, but that probably makes more sense because I have a feeling there'll be a number of questions on the city manager's presentation, the overall budget that we may want to do. So that's sort of a sense of where we're going to be going in the morning. And then in the afternoon, what we do, we would start the internal services presentation and work through that by 3:30. So if that's good with all of the committee members, we can proceed. So what we will do, I will start. Now this is, there are no presentations or questions on the first four agencies before us. We'll be taking just questions. So I will run through them, ask committee members or any outside councils if they have questions. If so, we'll do that. If not, we will, of course, thank the agencies for coming, and we'll move on to the next. So first will be the Toronto Atmospheric Fund. Are there any questions of committee members or visiting councillors? You keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Councillor Campbell. Oh, wait a minute. Councillor Campbell. Welcome, Councillor Campbell.
I would like to apologize to my fellow committee members for not being here yesterday, or the day before yesterday, as I was stuck in limbo in Mexico. It's a rather long explanation. Mm-hmm.
It's like the lyrics of a song.
So, I did nothing illegal. Just
and it looks like you survived your couple days in limbo quite well, Councillor Campbell. So.
Yes.
So no, the only question I have is in regard to the staff complement. In 2015 ended with. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I read it wrong. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next agency is the Toronto Zoo. Are there questions of any committee members on the Toronto Zoo? Okay. Thank you very much. Other than how are the pandas doing? Pretty good?
And the polar bears.
And the polar bear, yes, the polar bears, okay. Thank you very much for coming. Exhibition place. Questions? Nope, okay, seeing none. Heritage Toronto is next on the list. Okay, Councillor Layton has a question on Heritage Toronto.
In the service levels, on the promotion, heritage promotion education, I'm just curious. One is why the reduction in the bus and the bike tour service levels. It's a reduction in the growth. So I'm just wondering, do we think is a 10% growth not likely, or who's answering? Anyone?
Is there somebody here from Heritage? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you'll have to answer the question if you can come up.
Good morning. I'm Francisco Alvarez. I'm the Executive Director of Heritage Toronto. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We only offered one bus tour last year and I think 3 bicycle tours. So we're talking about very, very small numbers. We found it actually quite difficult to fill, particularly the bicycle tour. So that's one area that we are just sort of looking to see this year, particularly who else is offering that kind of service, and perhaps focusing more on areas where we are more successful, such as the walks and the awards and other programs that we do.
So in past years, in 2014 and 2015, the growth in the walking tours was based on a percentage, and now it's a number, 5,000. I'm just curious, is 5,000 represent additional growth, or?
It's a very small growth for next year. We found that this year we actually had, as I said, some trouble filling some of the tours that were offered. I think you'll find that many, not only agencies, but I'd say organizations felt that the number of free programs that were offered during the Pan Am Games affected their attendance in other sort of free summer programs across the city in 2015. So we're just trying to react to that and be cautious for next year.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Carroll, do you have a question? Or?
I'm having a computer glitch, so the analyst notes aren't showing up on my page. This is the hardest place to be paperless in. Swear to God.
Would you like to reserve your questions for later, or maybe we can do them offline?
Yeah, same thing. If I have anything, I'll call them offline. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Yeah.
Great. Are there any outside
Try to be
councillors that have
paperless.
questions for Heritage Toronto? Councillor Doucette, welcome, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Sorry for running in at the last minute. I was watching you on TV. I just missed a little gap. So Heritage was requested to do a 1% cut, and Heritage did that 1% cut?
Yes, we delivered that in the budget request.
That was my question. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. That was a quick question. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No, I got one.
Next, we have Toronto Transit Commission. Mr. Byford and your team are welcome to come up. I know you'll be doing a presentation to us. After such time, we will be, of course, asking questions on the TTC budget.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oops. Good morning, Mr. Budget Chief, and good morning, councillors, colleagues, and members of the public. We are here, as you said, to do the presentation for the TTC. It's a fairly long presentation following the city template, but Vince, my CFO, and I are going to rattle through it fairly quickly so that we maximise time for questions. I will take the lead, but then I will throw to Vince for the detail as we get to the relevant pages. So this is what we'll talk about. Again, you're familiar with the template. We'll be doing a description really of what we do. Then we'll be talking about the overview for OPEX, including Wheel-Trans, and then for CAPEX. In terms of capital assets, well, we've been down this road many times. The TTC is a huge undertaking. You can see there the kind of quantum we're talking about in terms of CAPEX, but also the challenges that we face. That, you know, we sometimes kid ourselves into thinking we have a relatively new subway. We do in comparison to London, but certainly not in comparison to the sort of Asian metros. Our metro is actually I'd say middle-aged now. As you see there, young subway, 60 years old. Key elements of it are now towards the end of their useful life, so you've got to maintain focus on state of good repair. But there are other things, key elements, new things, good news, things like the Leslie Barnes, now partially occupied, things we want to do, like McNichol Bus Garage, to tackle our chronic lack of garaging, and then other mega projects we've got underway, ATC, Presto, new streetcars, busy, and of course TYSSE, which will open at the end of, we can now say next year, because it is next year, end of 2017. Other things on the forecast, including these expansion projects. In terms of the staffing trend, this is not including capital positions. We'll come on to that later. Yes, the number goes up, but as does the need in terms of transit expansion. Ever more people using the TTC, ever more need to add operators to maintainers. But what I would say, if you look at the stat down at the bottom, I think that represents a more efficient position. That while ridership's gone up by 26%, the workforce has grown by less than that. Vacancy analysis. I wasn't going to dwell on this particularly. I think this will probably come up in questions. The only thing I would draw your attention to is the narrative there, which does point out that we have ramped up the number of operators early. And the reason we've done that is because there is a lead time, as you'll appreciate, in terms of getting these people on board, getting them trained, and getting them ready, such that there's no delay in putting on the additional service. In terms of highlights for service, I'd say 2015 was a very good year for the TTC. We achieved a lot. We made huge progress through our 5-year corporate plan. We're now in our 4th year of a 5-year plan. We had a stellar Pan Am game service, so we're really pleased with the way that went. People were very complimentary about what we did. We're making good progress on most of our mega projects. I mean, Bombardier's well-documented problems notwithstanding, we're now up to 13 new streetcars, soon to be 14 in service. Presto is well underway. We'll have Presto in everywhere across the TTC by the end of this year. We carried our 30 billionth rider as with the chair when we gave that guy an outsized free Metro pass for the year, the person who was chosen. And as of Q3, we're at record customer satisfaction, 81% of people saying that they're very satisfied with the service, which is good. Carrying on, I'd like to highlight this page because those bullet points there, those ticks, that represents the biggest investment in transit for decades. What the Mayor and City Council has approved as a result of our lobbying and as a result of our making a compelling case for transit. We got the biggest investment in transit for decades. We're very grateful to Mayor Tory and to the councillors for awarding that. What we were able to do was not only reverse the disastrous cuts of 2011 and 2012, which were imposed upon the TTC and were totally counterintuitive in that we have more people riding than ever, and yet at that point we were forced to cut service. So not only have we been able to reverse those cuts, but we've also materially improved the rider experience with this suite of measures, including free fares for children, restoration of all-day, everyday service, and tackling issues around crowding on the night bus and Blue Night network. All of those various things that you can see, they materially improve transit, and I certainly welcome that. And then, as you see, there are various other customer services initiatives, including an all-out focus on culture change. So that's not listed there, but and it doesn't really come at a cost. It's about getting our staff to behave and act and look differently and to make you feel valued as a customer. What I would say is that nearly 40 million of our 2016 budget ask is made up of the annualization of these 2015 improvements. So that's really important to note, that although the figure that we're asking for at face value might look like a large amount, most of it, around 40 million, is made up of annualizing what was added in 2015. So this huge expansion in service, we now get the full annual impact. So in other words, investment under this mayor and this council, investment in transit continues apace. In terms of the operating variance, we're not yet finished on our calculations of the year-end subsidy. We don't know yet what that will be because we have to go through the actuary process. We have to get year-end ridership figures. We have to correlate things like accident data and other expenses. So the surplus is not yet finalized. What I would say, though, is that we are operating more efficiently. As we progress through this presentation, you will see that in addition to what's listed on that page, we have identified $27 million worth of efficiency. So I continue to drive my team to find more ways of being efficient. Key priorities for 2016, they're listed. I won't read them out, but you can see there some of the initiatives that we've got in hand, including things like making sure that Presto is fully rolled out, and including things like maintaining service levels, making sure that the various service enhancements kick in. So my summary really would be that we enter the budget round in a good place, thanks to the record investment by City Council. I will now ask Vince to take us through the detail of the operating budget and plan.
Thank you, Andy. So this next slide, slide 13, shows our org chart. And you see the TTCs in five large groups: engineering, construction, expansion, which looks after most of our capital expansion; the corporate services group, the group that I head, that's most administrative areas in the TTC; strategy, customer service, looks at the service we put out on the street, and planning, and everything to deal with the customer. From that, the operations is the operation of the subway and all the back office maintenance facilities for our operation and service delivery as the very large group that provides the bus and streetcar service and looks after the subway stations throughout the city. You'll see that we have almost 14,000 employees, and that's 13,800 permanent and 117 temporary, and these are as at December 31st, so these would be year-end figures. Our budget, the preliminary operating budget, where does the money go? All 1.736 million of it is in the provision of the service that's out there. In terms of where does the money come from, in this case, around 68% will come from passenger revenues, which is almost $1.2 billion. So in terms of revenues from our riders, they pay $1.2 billion of that. We have a long-term advertising contract, actually one of the better advertising contracts for transits in North America, and we will get $28 million a year from that. Property taxes is the major source of city funding, so that's $495 million. And you'll see there's about $38 million from other, and that is we do operate some service for York Region under a full cost recovery from them. We operate parking lots, and we have leasing concessions in our subway station. Those all add about $39 million. If you look at the 2016 preliminary budget submission, if I take you to the category that says 2016 budget, you'll see gross expenditures are $1.736 million. As I said, revenues $1,241, and that leaves expenditures required of $495 million. That's as compared to last year's approved budget of $474 million. And in terms of operating budget positions, there's 11,800. So out of the 13,900 total positions, 11,800 are in the TTC operating budget. The balance are in Wheel-Trans and our capital positions. In try to explain. So if you look at the breakdown, you'll see there's a almost $42.5 million increase in gross expenses. If you look at the key points down below, you'll see almost $37 million of that was the annualized impact of the initiatives approved by City Council last year. It was a 2-year rollout of those service improvements, and $37 million of that hits this year. We're in the midst of our of a 4-year collective agreement that expires in a couple of years, and that accounts for about $24 million in terms of the direct impact of the CBA and higher benefit expenses. And then our service budget, we're going from $445 million to $555 million rides. So that increase in ridership, it comes with added service, and that's about $9 million. You'll see revenues are about $21 million higher, and that comes from two things: the additional ridership, but in large measure from the fare increase that the TTC Commission approved and implemented in January 3rd. So if you put all that together, you see the key cost drivers are $74 million in total. We'll talk about, it includes the enhancements, which I'll get to in a second. Revenue changes are $7 million. Our base changes to achieve the 1% reduction, and then the fare increase leaving $21 million here. So if you go down to $74 million, there's the $74.5 million increase, overall increase in expenses. And if you see at the very top where it says prior impacts, those are the numbers there that in large measure represent what was approved last year. So the $30 million for the service, leasing requirements, and other workforce additions that were approved last year, that's the $36 million. The next big item down that list you'll see is Presto commission fees. This is the first year where we'll actually see Presto commission fees being paid by the TTC to Metrolinx. The long-term contract we have with Presto calls for them to receive 5.25% commission on all fares that we collect. Once we're fully rolled into Presto, there will be opportunities for savings that go commission-wide, but those opportunities only happen when you get out of processing other fare media. So when you stop selling tickets and tokens, and you stop selling our Metro passes, and you make all the reductions that go with it, and you no longer need fare collectors in our booths, then there's a whole series of opportunities for cost reductions. We get there when we get to full Presto. So that thing's a direct hit on us this year. I talked about the collective agreements and the other employee benefit costs there. Those, I've mentioned those already. Material price increases, so we will have, where we have specific price increases, either identified by the city to us or where we have contracts in place. So, for example, the great bulk of our diesel fuel is already locked in at firm prices, so those prices will be shown here. Otherwise, if there is a price increase, if we don't have a specific price increase, we have a 2% allowance for things where we don't have a specific price increase. So that's what that number is. The next item, which is salary and benefit changes, it's a reversal of a 2015 one-time lump sum payment. As part of our collective agreement in 2015, there was a one-time payment to some employees who got no base increase, so they had a one-time payment, and that was that amount. So that's no longer there in 2016. Nobody's getting a one-time payment according to our CBA in 2016. The next big change down there, you'll see the contribution to capital. This was when we bought the 50 buses to put out the additional service that was approved by council last year. A chunk of that payment was to come from a contribution from the TTC operating budget. There was a payment in last year's budget of $13.9 million towards the payment of those vehicles. All those vehicles were delivered in 2015. So there's no need for any contribution to those vehicles in 2016, so that payment comes right off the top. I talked about the service to increase ridership to 552, that's after the fare increase, almost $9 million. We've got about $4 million in there for change in construction and service we need to put out to accommodate congestion dealing with construction in the city, and then everything else is smaller dollar items than that, but it adds up to about $74.5 million. And I talked about the other items earlier than that. In terms of revenues, passenger revenues are, increased by $14.5 million, largely to do with the fare increase and other items. The reversal of the one-time contribution. Our advertising revenues, it's a long-term contract. Each year there's a bump up in that contract. So we get about a $1.8 million bump up in that contract. And then other revenues are reduced by another 1.3. The brackets are an increase in revenues. No bracket means a reduction in revenues. As an accountant, I have a little trouble with the use of the brackets, but the other revenues are down by 1.34. That's largely because two of our parking lots have closed. The York Mills lot is closed, and the Yorkdale lot is still under construction. If we look at what we did to achieve the 1% target, we've hedged 86% of our fuel. We hedged just in accordance with almost exactly as the city's hedged, and that, in fact, reduced our budget by almost $14 million just from that hedge. Streetcar reliability, we were going to rebuild our CLRVs, which is our standard length streetcar. Rather than do that, we rebuilt the ALRVs, which were the articulated vehicles. These are our old vehicles, the ones that we're replacing, so we've rebuilt much of the ALRV fleet. And just as you have with the LRVs, ALRVs are bigger than CLRVs, therefore you need fewer of those vehicles to carry the same number of people. So that translates into about a $3.7 million savings. We went and we looked at spending in departments over the last 4 or 5 years, and based on that review, we've taken an across-the-board $10 million reduction in what we call departmental non-labor. So if we go to all of our departments and look at their budgets, we're comfortable we can take $10 million out of that commission-wide. And we're just going to impose that on the departments and say, based on your spending patterns for the last 3 or 4 years, we're going to bring that there. There's the fare increase that we talked about, and so in terms of all these things, revenues are up by $46 million. This is a list, it's the city's list definition of new and enhanced services. So our board approved these things. In approving our 2016 budget, our TTC board adopted these. They are separated out here for your purposes. The first is an item called bus reliability centered maintenance. So this is to switch from, today we probably do 20% predictive maintenance and about, okay, it comes, yeah, sorry, Andy's quite right. All these things will come up later in more detail, so I'll flip to them as I'll flip over this now and get to them in a moment, sorry. User fee change highlights. The adult cash fare has gone from $3 to $3.25. That's worth $5.5 million. It shows as an 8.3% increase, but we haven't changed adult cash fare since 2011. So since 2010, sorry. So if you look over that time period, inflation's up about 11 or 12%. So over the years, time between 2010 and now, it's about a 12% inflation, and we're increasing adult cash by 8%. You can't really practically increase cash every year with cash payments because for administrative reasons, you don't want to be having people throwing in too many nickels or dimes. It's just a very complicated thing for our customers, and it's very complicated for us to deal with. So we tend to raise cash in 25-cent increments, so you will often wait several years before you have a change in cash. From 2010 to 2010 on. So if you look at the others, our token's gone from 280 to 290. Again, 10 cents is it's either a nickel or a dime. So the board approved a dime. The day pass, the Idle Weekly Pass, and the Downtown Express passes, they all went up in sort of reasonably close comparison to what happened to the token. And you'll notice each one is always rounded to the nearest 50 cents, 25 cents, or the nearest dollar. So we try to make those convenient for purchasing, and that's why sometimes you might want to have an $11.87 day pass, but it just isn't functional to do that when people are paying in large measure by cash. So if we look at this next slide, which is our 2017-2018 plan, in 2017, you'll see that we have another $25 increment running from our collective agreements. That's a signed agreement. That agreement expires March 31st of 2018. So when you see the 2018 number is 7, That's simply the dollar amount associated with our current collective agreement. It doesn't cover the next collective agreement. If you drop down to anticipated impacts, you'll see Presto fees. I talked about that being $4 million in 2016. That's $51 million more in 2017. 2017 is when we become, yeah, no kidding, but 2017 is when we are fully Presto system-wide, and that's the only way you can buy your fare meter, either Presto or by cash. And so if you take, we got $1.2 billion worth of revenues, you know, knock off the cash from that if we still have cash, and you're left with 5.25% of what we have goes to Metrolinx and Presto for their contribution. What this doesn't show you is, and we're working on our detailed plans about, okay, once we fully have Presto everywhere, what does that mean to us as a corporation? What other things do we save? So we won't be printing Metro passes. We won't be ordering tokens. We won't be printing tickets. We won't be, we won't be processing all those fares at our fare sorting building. We won't have collectors in booths. So all those very substantive changes, we're working on those. Those are not built into these numbers, but we will be bringing those forward to our board in the coming months to explain our plans for that and exactly what that's going to mean. So I don't think you should ever go on the assumption we're going to have a $51 million increase in Presto fees with no offsets. There will be significant offsets. We've got a 250 bus garage that we're hoping to open up for 2017. That's the cost of it. Energy, this is an allowance of energy based on largely what we've seen in 2016, but with some increase there for diesel fuel. We've locked in about half of our diesel fuel for 2017. Half of it isn't. We'll monitor. We monitor that very closely with the city folks, and as we go along, if it looks like we should lock in more there, we may well lock in more there. Again, service for what you're doing. We'll have another $12 million worth of annualized service between what was approved last year and the service to increase the changes in ridership. 2017 is the target date at the very moment for the opening of the TYSSE, and that you'll see spread over 2 years. We get, 2018 is the target date. We have 2017. We have $11 million in 2017 and $20 million more. Those are costs for TYSSE. This does not include, because it's all about costs here, this does not include the impact of ridership. So we're doing those forecasts again as we can. Other things down there, employee benefit costs, whatever workforce changes are approved this year that come with it. Accident claims, we always roll out. And you'll see down here, one-person operation. We'll talk a lot about a bunch of opportunities we have for reductions in costs. If we're able to go from two-person train operation in the subway to one-person train operation in the subway, you'll see over those 2 years, that's about a $30 million reduction in costs. So all told, those are the numbers. They look very big in 2017, largely because of the $51 million worth of Presto fees and nothing being built in yet for reductions associated with Presto. New enhanced services, going over each one. I'll go over them fairly quickly. Bus reliability maintenance. Today we do about 20% predictive maintenance and 80% corrective. So it's in large measure, it's do brake jobs and oil changes in the garages. And then as the vehicles break down, we kind of fix them. We want to switch that around completely to go to 20% corrective, which means 20% of the money you spend is on breakdown, 80% is on preventive. So that's a program we're working to move over for the next several years. Our board saw a very, very comprehensive presentation on this. And in fact, over time, this will result in about a $20 million annual reduction in bus maintenance costs, but we have to get there. And so to move to it, it's a move in 2 phases. So 2016 is phase 1, 2017 would be phase 2. But this is one of the ones where if we get a little extra money now, we save an awful lot of money down the road for a very long time. And we have a way more reliable bus fleet. $20 million annually. So this next category is called training requirements. It is training, but it's not really changes in training requirements. We had a horrific surface accident a few years ago where a young girl got off a bus and was struck by our bus, and she was fatally injured. And so we went back and we did an examination of everything we do in the safety area on bus maintenance and bus transportation. And one of the things we always do is go and look at what other transits around North America do. We do a peer review. That peer review came back and said most big transits have a recertification program for their bus operators. After 3 years, our recertification program is a 5-year one. So our plan will be to move from a 5-year bus recertification program to a 3-year bus certification program, in large measure to bring us in line with other transits and to deal with this, with enhanced safety training for operators. So that's there's other smaller items, but that is ostensibly the main reason for this. So while it says training, from our perspective, this is a significant safety initiative for the TTC. The next one is called the Track Safety Initiative. A few years ago, we had another horrible accident where one of our employees was struck by a work car late at night and also fatally injured. Again, we did a peer review. We had folks from APTA, the American Public Transportation Association, come in and do work with us. And again, one of the things that's common around transits and railways everywhere is if you have a work crew at track level doing work, that somebody is assigned the sole duty of being what's called a watch person. So that person would be there to keep an eye open to see whether trains are coming or not coming. The employee that was killed didn't know the train was coming, and this would prevent that. There may be down the road technological mechanisms by which we can deal with that, and we're examining those. But in the intervening time, to bring us in line with other big transits, again in North America, we would need 20 dedicated watch persons. That number was originally well in excess of 40, but we've gone back and said, surely there has to be ways to do this more efficiently, and so we've examined every mechanism by which we can, and we're now down to 20. So again, as with the last one to this one, we've had horrific accidents, and we're taking steps to enhance the safety of the TTC, so we again would see this as a significant safety initiative for the TTC. Last year, we approved a series of proof of payment inspectors for the TTC on streetcar lines, and we deferred 20 of those to 2016. So now here we are with 2016. We're proof of payment on all streetcar lines, and we'll soon be there system-wide by the end of the year when we have Presto everywhere. So this is the request for those 20 that were deferred from last year. The other enhancements, so our board did approve some service enhancements. They did approve enhanced services for bus reliability. This is $2.6 million. This was to continue to roll out our pilots. We did work on Dufferin, East Mall, and Shorncliffe, where we examined how the routes were run, and we changed running time. We made other adjustments to route management, and we've seen significant drops in short turns and significant improvements in on-time reliability for those lines. Same thing for the streetcars, where we've done work on St. Clair and King, make significant improvements. We want to continue to roll that program out. We have talked, and we've in fact implemented the earlier Sunday service. That's to do a rolling start at 8 o'clock Sunday morning rather than a full start at 9 o'clock. So it used to be that we'd get all the vehicles in place and we'd start shotgun at 9 o'clock. Now, as those vehicles are entering the service, they, rather than running a deadhead to their start points, as soon as they get in service, they start picking up customers. And that started in January. We've also got new and enhanced express bus services. And this is the first of complete the implementation of the first 4 express bus routes. There were items, and all those things were approved by our board as part of their approval of our 2016 TTC operating budget here. There was a bunch of other things that were looked at by our TTC budget committee, Our board did not act on them, did not approve them, but have forwarded down here to the city's budget committee for information and consideration. One is an enhancement to subway service reliability. So again, this would be doing, adding more items on the subway to improve running time and other adjustments and to improve reliability and to try and reduce delays. It's worth about $1 million. Again, not approved by our board, but something that we as staff would say is a good initiative to work on. 3-minute or better service in the subway. The board did not approve this. It's worth about almost $13 million annually. But that would be that we would start running the subway everywhere at 3 minutes or better until 10 o'clock at night. So that's a significant improvement. Would affect an awful lot of customers, but our board did not approve that. But so that's another one that we as staff would say this is really worth keeping on the tubes and giving serious consideration to. There's new streetcar service to Cherry Street. That's in place and will work. Right now, we will take a few of the vehicles off King, and they will just route down there, and that will have an impact on King. This would really be the restoration of the service on the entire King line. Again, the board did not approve that, but that's one of the other initiatives that were there. So those were 4 initiatives that staff brought forward. Our TTC Budget Committee said, well, if you could, what would you approve? We gave a long list of it. These 4 were things that we still think you could do to improve, but they weren't items that our TTC board approved. Moving on to the Wheel-Trans budget. Sorry.
Okay, so just on Wheel-Trans, that's conventional Wheel-Trans. Less to say, much smaller budget. The first slide shows you a similar sort of picture, really, that the demand for Wheel-Trans services is rising exponentially, and that does come through in the associated analyst notes. We have, over the period that you can see, carried 85% more riders, but again, it's back to that relative efficiency index that the workforce, although service levels increased by 81%, workforce only grew by 32%. And what this represents, it reflects the success that we had in our CBA, the CBA collective bargaining agreement that was signed back in 2014, where we moved away from a set ratio between the numbers of customers to be carried by Wheel-Trans and the numbers of customers to be carried by contracted taxi services. We now have a floating arrangement whereby anything over a specific amount gets picked up, the delta is picked up by contracted taxi services. So that is an increasing efficiency on the part of Wheel-Trans. Vacancy analysis, I think, largely take as read, we're talking about very small figures. Talking in terms of service performance, sorry, just getting my page. Again, I won't bore you by reading all of them out. We put equal focus on improving the customer's experience on Wheel-Trans, so we've made specific improvements to things that are important to customers, like making sure their rides turn up on time, like making sure that people can get through at the customer service center. So we've increased the amount of customer service assistants within the CSC so that we have now achieved reduced call abandonment rates, and we've been focusing on making sure that customers know when their vehicle is going to turn up and that it turns up on time. In terms of budget variance, again, very small numbers. You can see the numbers there. It tends to be fairly static. Key issues, service priority actions for next year. The main task here is to make sure that we can continue to accommodate this exponential increase in service demand, and that, as the third bullet point says, is driven by demographics. People are getting older, but it's also, and this is a real concern to us, it is also driven by an apparently relentless tide of eligibility changes and AODA legislative changes that are imposed upon the TTC with no associated funding that we have to pick up the tab for. So I do flag that to the Budget Committee that it's all laudable, don't get me wrong, it is all laudable, but the legislation gets imposed with no associated dollars from the province, and that's a real problem, and that is a real concern. Next item, back to Vince.
So again, Wheel-Trans broken into 3 areas: the small corporate services group, the operations group, the operations group, which is in large measure the bus maintenance of this thing, and then the service delivery, largely the operators. And as Andy said, if you go back since 2014, there's been almost zero increase in this area. Certainly in the number of operators, they've remained basically static over the last 3 years because of our current collective agreement, despite significant increases in ridership and service provided. Again, we get about $124 million. Unlike the TTC, which has a 70%-ish cost recovery ratio, where the riders cover the lion's share of the expenses, on Wheel-Trans, it's about 6% of the services paid for by the riders. They pay the same fare as any TTC rider pays. So if you're on Wheel-Trans or you're on the conventional system, you say they pay the same fare. It just happens to be that on a conventional system, they're able to cover upwards of 70 or even sometimes well in excess of 70% of those costs through that. And in this case here, all the balance comes from the city. So it's got about a 6% cost recovery ratio. We're looking at about almost an $8 million increase, and again, the same fare increase that was applied to all TTC riders was applied to Wheel-Trans riders. And so you see expenditures are up by 8.3, revenue's only up by about 440,000. I'm not going to go through all these big things, but if you just out of the 10.8, you'll see two things. So where it says other base changes, service increase in demand 14%. So almost 9 of the 11 million or $10 million, $11 million is a result of changes in service demand. And you'll see the eligibility criteria adds almost another $1 million. So those two items are almost the sole driver of everything that's happening in Wheel-Trans. You see the revenue there is about $850,000 for the fare increase, and total revenue about $600,000. So you're up by about $10.2 million for Wheel-Trans, which represent about a 3% increase. In Wheel-Trans, it's almost solely to do with two things. We continue to put out services on taxis rather than on the TTC-based services. The TTC-based services are larger vehicles. We operate them. We've tried to put more people on them, but it is an expensive trip. So where we can, we use the taxis as much as possible. That's about $900,000 worth of savings over what it otherwise would have been. We do have diesel fuel on our Wheel-Trans fleet, so the same savings we got on the conventional system we saved here. And again, another thing is that we've, even within what we call the modal split, so even within the taxis, we've tried to move as much of that as we can to lower priced taxi type services. So that's the 1% reduction for Wheel-Trans. Sorry. Again, user fees, same thing there, exact same fees the TTC has, Wheel-Trans has. Don't spend any time on that. What are we looking at for the next couple of years? Again, what we're looking at for the next couple of years is the demand at the bottom there is the big item. So because of the change in eligibility requirements in 2016, that ups the base. So for 2017, there is no change in eligibility again. So 2017 relative to 2016 becomes a bit more normal of a year. And so that the number is about $8 million increase rather than the 10 this year, and that can be expected to continue for the foreseeable future. Just two things down the road. As the conventional system gets more and more accessible, it will be part of our long-term plan over time to try and encourage more and more of this ridership onto the conventional system, and we'll have reports coming forward to our board in the coming while to talk about what our long-term plans are for Wheel-Trans. Capital, will you turn over to Andy?
Okay, so back to me, third and final of the three elements of the TTC budget. I mean, this list shows just how busy we have been. I think, the much maligned TTC, in addition to running the service every day, we have 5 mega projects on the go. We have around 100 medium-sized projects on the go, which for any other transit, a lot of transits would be mega projects, and probably around 1,000 work streams in our 5-year corporate plan. And you can see there some of the things we've been doing, buying new vehicles, building new capacity, places like Union Station, sorting out easier access. We've got a number of projects going on there, and preparing for the future in terms of things like Wilson Yard, Spadina Extension, getting started underway on the planning for the Scarborough subway. Next page. Other things, tackling underlying weaknesses in the TTC, like the fact, for example, that we have ancient steam-driven accounting systems. So we're progressing now with the rollout of SAP, which is good, and it will attract more efficiencies. In similar vein, tackling once and for all the fact that, again, we have steam-driven technology on our buses and streetcars in terms of how we convey information and know where they are. So we're dealing with that. We're replacing it with what's called CAD-AVL. And Spadina extension is now approximately 80% complete and remains on track for a December 2017 opening. In terms of CapEx variance, you'll see there's a green box on the alert side. So our capital spend's 84.6. I'd like it to be higher. It would have been higher if, for example, Bombardier had not had their well-documented problems. So we would have got more money out of the door. Next page. So the key issues really are that ever-present challenge of making sure we've got enough funding to maintain our focus on state of good repair and therefore safety, but also to fund vehicle acquisitions and to add capacity to cope with exponentially increasing ridership, to build accommodation for those vehicles. It is critical that we build a new garage because we are literally parking buses outside and in fueling lanes, and you have to play this little Rubik's Cube of moving buses around because there just isn't the space. We've got to get on with some of this other stuff like replacing BD's signal system, Line 2 signal system. We have that drop-dead deadline of 2025 for AODA compliance. And what's really concerning and goes beyond City Council is the fact that existing funding programs are coming to an end. So we've got to continue to lobby higher orders of government, the province and the feds, to provide more funding. So we still do have that $2.7 billion shortfall. We are putting together a compelling list of shovel-ready projects to hand over to Ottawa because we hear that there is money to be had.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. So in the base budget, which covers our existing infrastructure and it covers our vehicles, you'll see that we've got a budget of $9.3 billion. That's our needs for the next decade. 42% of that's for vehicles, and 58% of that is for infrastructure. And so you'll see over the next decade, if you look at the top three items on that page there, purchase of buses, purchase of subway cars, and purchase of LRVs, we're going to spend about $1 billion on each of those things over the next decade. And then we're going to spend about $800 million doing midlife overhauls in those vehicles to make sure they're in good working order so they can get to the end of their useful lives. We'll spend on average about $70 million a year on various track programs. We've got electrical systems all over the subway system that age. We spend about $35 to $40 million a year on those. All those things, again, at the end of their useful life. Yes, we will install the most energy efficient things we can come up with, but they are at the end of their useful life. Our signal systems, we will complete the work on Line 1, YUS, during this time period. And we will start the work on the Bloor Danforth, on Line 2, because that line is about 10 years younger than parts of the young line. So we've got about $700 million worth of signal system work. Half of that is funded today in existing programs. The other half isn't. We've got some money to do station finishes. A lot of our stations, even if they're functional, they do look old and dated, so there is some money over the next decade to improve those. Various equipment. You get into things like bridges and tunnels. We do have a lot of bridges at the TTC, and we have enormous numbers of tunnels, and those tunnels are the same vintage as the subway system that we're operating them on. So when the signal system is 60 years old, so's the tunnel. And tunnels don't last forever, and they need repair, and they need work on them. And our bridges, we do detailed inspections on our bridges, and we repair them as needed. And an awful lot of our bridges are also in connection with city bridge work that they're doing. So if you go down that other list, you'll see there's fire ventilation work that we have in our subway. We've got ventilation work worth about $300 million we'd like to do over the next decade. To complete all the easier access work is about $430 million over this decade, and that all has to be done by 2025. Andy talked about yard accommodation for our subways at Wilson. It's the RT1. Those are our subway names. There's about $400 million worth of work left to do on all those things. There's McNichol Garage down there, which we so sorely need. That's the remaining work on Leslie, and you'll see smaller amounts as you go along. But again, all those things represent, pretty basic infrastructure-type rehabilitation in a subway system. We've got about $90 million over a decade for different types of environmental work. I mean, the nature of our business is that there is contaminated soil almost everywhere we go, and we have plans in place to deal with all of those things. We're going to spend about $380 million over a decade on information technology. Half that is sort of hardware and other things like that, but the other half, or some significant portion of it, is two major projects that Andy already talked about: our SAP rollout and our CAD-AVL, which is a computer-aided dispatch and automatic via location. It's the mechanism by which we'll manage, in a modern way, our entire bus and streetcar fleet. So that's your total of $9.3 billion, and it's all, the kinds of basic things you need to run a transit, one as big as ours and one at the age of ours. So where's the money go? You'll see 85% is what we call state of good repair or safety. There's another 7% that's legislated. What we call growth would be, we need some additional LRVs, some additional streetcars. That would go under that growth category. So it's growth on the existing system. It is not growth to expand the system. So that's where the money goes. Where it comes from, right now the province and the federal government pays about 30%. If you went back 5 years ago, that number, that percentage would have been closer to 50 or 60%, because the province and the federal government had a series of project-specific infrastructure programs. There was a Canada-Ontario infrastructure program. We got $1 billion from 3 levels of government. There was all the economic stimulus work. There was payment for streetcars and subway payments. So if you went back a few years, that number was significantly higher. Right now, during this time period, in large measure for the TTC-based budget, not for all transit in Toronto, but for the TTC-based budget, we are in large measure down to, for the most part, gas tax is what we have left. So that's great, and we're happy for it, but we sure would like the provincial and federal governments to come back and re-up some of those other infrastructure programs for us. City debt is fully 27% of our budget, so the city share is comparable at this point to the total provincial federal share. There is money in reserves and reserve funds as assets are sold, and as if there are operating surpluses, money does go in reserve, so there's about 7% there. We will get about 6% from development charges. That's based on the city's new development charges bylaw, so we will get about 6% for that. But then you see the big piece of pie at the bottom is what's called unfunded. It's just a small amount of $2.7 billion, or almost 30% of this budget. And I talked about what we need, and a third of it, or 30% of it, today remains unfunded. So that's it broken down by year, and you will see that as we get into the years 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, in fact, some of those years they're not fully funded by any stretch of the imagination, but they're also smaller than this time period. Fundamental reason for that is in 2016, 17, 18, we are completing our streetcar and our subway purchases, and in those years 21 to 25, there's not an awful lot of payments that are going for streetcars and subways. So they look smaller, but they're smaller because there aren't streetcar and subway purchases in those years in large dollar amounts at any rate. So if you look at our backlog, the backlog is everything between those bars and that line. And this was called a backlog. This is really more or less to do with our ability to spend. So when you talked about 84% of our budget was spent this year, would be higher if we had received streetcars, but 84% was spent. So there's an allowance built in here that in some cases you're not going to spend on everything. So that's what this chart represents. Here's I think the important slide from a funding perspective. If you look at the lines here, you'll see at the very bottom line is the one I'll draw your attention to. So these things add up to $9.3 billion over 10 years, but the very bottom line, the very bottom right column shows you the $2.7 billion that we're underfunded by. You'll see for 2016, 17, 18, the dollars are smaller, in 2016, all that money would be associated with if we're able or not able to place an order for our next order of streetcar 60 LRVs. If you make it, you need it. If you don't, you don't. 2017 looks, for all intents and purposes, to be pretty much flush. 2018, you start to get into a number that's a little bigger. It's an $84 million hole, but starting in 2019 and continuing and not ending till there's a long-term funding solution of some form or another, you get to $300 million, and you pretty much stay there, and plus or minus, or even grow in some years, significantly you grow from that time. So, you know, you sort of have a couple of years to figure out how you fund this thing in the very long term. We have, as Andy said, prepared a list of projects that we think should be eligible for funding, so we've got that. But come 2019, there's a brick wall there that we don't know how to climb over. Here's the city's debt targets over that same time period. And these, the city manager and city treasurer, city CFO talked a lot about in their presentation, so I'm not going to go over it a lot, but that's what we get from the city debt. So you'll see there's the 9.3, we get 2.3 billion of it for city debt. The province and the feds are paying sort of half of what's left, but not all of it, not anywhere near enough. We will also do is when we have these projects, we do our best to try and find a way to build into them what we think the operating impact is. So there's a list of those projects and the operating impacts. For some big projects that are not necessarily going to be TTC-related projects like Eglinton Crosstown, the Finch West LRT, and Smart Track, we haven't built any operating impacts into those. I talked about, so the big one here would be obviously at the bottom, TYSSE. That's the $30 million or so that will hit us for an operating. We have revenue to go against to offset that. And so that's the biggest single item on that list. So since Presto isn't necessarily our capital project, it's another capital project, but Presto's in here. But if you see train door monitoring, that's what allows us to get one-person train operation, and that's where we have about a $36 million savings over time. So there's some big savings, but there are also some big things that are going to hit us down the road in terms of operating impacts. That's the list of, so the story about unfunded projects, I've been here for 3 or 4 years now, giving you pretty much the same story. We've got about a $9 billion budget over 10 years. We got about $6 billion worth of funding. We got a big, huge hole. We seem to be just lurching from year to year to year with pretty much the same story. So when we were here last year, we said, well, it was 2.4 billion. Now we're saying it's 2.7. That's just basically because of the last year. So this is not a new story in terms of the TC capital budget. There are other projects that we haven't even added into the list, this list that we would certainly want to add into the list. I'm not going to go over them, but they are there. There's a whole bunch of projects that we think are worthwhile doing, but are not added into the list. Tell you.
You can see them.
You can see them right there. I'll leave them up there.
Okay, so that's it, Mr. Chair. I mean, what I'd just say by way of summary is the OPEX and the Wheel-Trans budgets, we've tried to make as thrifty as possible in terms of identifying savings. They are predominated by the need to add service and the annualization of the very welcome increases that we made last year. The CapEx budget is what it is. We're flagging to you that we'll carry on doing what we absolutely have to, but increasingly there are things that we must do for which there is still no funding available, and somehow between the three layers of government, we've got to find it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Byford. We're going to now go to questions, and we'll begin with questions of committee members. Councillor Campbell, you're first.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Referring to slide 9. Slide 9, not page 9. Slide 9. What was the staffing impact of the key service accomplishments in 2015?
So the overall staffing, I'd have to check a precise figure, but in that budget, the 2015 budget where we were awarded $95 million more in subsidy, the additional number of staff overall was around 600 staff. I'd have to check the precise figure, but that was for operators, for maintainers, something like 95% of which were frontline operational positions, not pen pushers.
Referring to slide 13, where you show the organizational chart, you show 2852 in permanent management and supervisory staff. How has that changed over the last 3 to 4 years?
I'd have to look at the specific number, but what we have done is management and supervisory for head office numbers. 2011, we took out 300 management and administrative positions. Since then, as a policy, a defined policy of mine as the CEO, where we've added management positions, we've had a corresponding deletion in management positions. So I'll give you a good example. We've just appointed a director of change management. That was at zero net increase because we scrapped another position. Where we have increased supervisory positions, they're on the street. So it's things like route supervisors, bus supervisors, people actually out there in uniform. But we'd have to get you the precise figure for the movement.
Referring to slide 15 on the revenues and the forecast. So the projected revenue for 2015 is going to be lower than forecast. So your 2016 forecast is for a 1.7% increase in revenues. But if you increase 1.7% in revenues on what we're expected to end up at, you're not going to hit that target of $1.241 billion. You're going to be short. So in fact, you're actually forecasting more like a 3% increase in ridership. So how do we forecast a 3% increase in ridership when we're missing the target for 2015?
So we talked a fair bit about this at our board meeting. There's really two things at play here. One is we are putting in all the service that was approved in 2015. That's all in as of the beginning of this year. And we are making some of those other service improvements. So that will add service. So it's that add service, and that should add ridership. So about 1% of it, about 1% of all this stuff comes at least from that, if not more. But there's no secret that in 2015, our ridership has not grown to the point where we wanted it to. And in fact, in the last few months, it's not been, we've been pretty fortunate when we kind of reached 2014 levels. So the 2016 ridership budget, I mean, we've made this point, we would call that a stretch target. We're not recommending changing it because we think if things go well, that might be the case. And in fact, we might get more ridership, but make no mistake about it, that's a stretch target. So,
okay, so in turning, I took issue with some of the enhancements and the way that it was looked at by the TTC budget. And in terms of what additional spending will yield the greatest benefit for riders at the lowest cost, what would that be?
I would say making the service more reliable, because the more reliable the service is, there's a correlation with ridership, because if you feel that the service is something you can rely upon, you're more likely to use.
Okay, so what's the definition of reliability? Is it because you talk about maintenance of buses, but is reliability that, the bus arrives on time, or the frequency of service, or is it the buses are...
There's a number of factors. I mean, obviously you have to have the vehicle turn up in the first place. You have to be certain that the vehicle is going to turn up in a reasonable amount of time, that the end-to-end journey is as advertised. In other words, you get to where you want to go, and that you get there within the time that the timetable specifies. So in terms of reliability, there are a whole range of factors. It's things like infrastructure reliability, but also making sure that the timetable itself, the schedule, is robust in the first place and realistic.
Last question I have, I gather, given the time, is in regard to the watch persons. This reflects an accident that happened several years ago. How have you been managing without those watch persons in the ensuing years?
We have overlaid additional protection, but that has come at the expense of getting work done, because what you effectively have to do is, say, for example, you have a two-person crew where you really need those two people to do the job, because there's actually two people's worth of work there. You stop the second person and you have them do some of the oversight. That's inherently inefficient, because you're still the job still needs to be done. So adding this watch person means that the two-person job will still be done by two-person with the overlay of a third person to keep an eye out. What I do want to stress is this need not be forever. There are things that we are testing. There's what's called a work area warning system, which is an automated system that warns not only the people on the track that there's a train coming, but also warns the train operator that they're likely to encounter people on the track. The other technical gain that we will get in the not too distant future is ATC, automatic train control, which can contain provision for automated alerts and train control to reflect work sites. So we'll mechanize a lot of this.
Thank you very much. The noise is getting to be a little high, I'm noticing here, so it's a little difficult to hear some of the questions and answers. So if we can maybe just tone it down a wee bit, it'd be great. Next is Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Well, I had a long conversation that I was going to ask questions about regarding revenue between customers using Wheel-Trans and formerly using Wheel-Trans shifting, but I had a long conversation with Mr. Upfold, so I'm going to bring that forward later in the process. The most important one I wanted to ask, I'll ask first. On slides 33 and 34, and this is in the items referred to the Budget Committee, not yet in the TTC budget. Subway service reliability, because you've broken it down. You've got the one sum that is in general, and then the next slide 34, is line 1 in particular. So my question is, when we talk about subway service reliability, is that about headway frequency, or it's a mixture of things?
It's about making sure that the schedule itself is robust. In other words, it's realistic given the various pressures on the system, whether that be on the subway or whether it be on surface transit, so therefore more congested streets. But sticking with the subway, it's about making sure that infrastructure works reliably, so that
On all lines?
On all lines.
Okay.
So all lines for subway service reliability. So in advance of what we really need to do, which we are doing, which is replacing conventional fixed block signaling with moving block,
Yes.
which we are doing, in the interim, making things work more reliability, keeping old equipment going. Then on page 34, the difference there is this is an enhancement to the timetable. So it's not talking about
Yes.
it's not talking about assets. It's talking about actually enhancing the timetable, running more trains so that
Yes.
you achieve 3 minutes or better outside the peak hours.
And I notice, I mean, the proposal here is that we could have done it in 2016, but we don't have our new signaling system entirely installed, or we will have in 2016?
No.
That's why we feel we can do line 1?
No. This would still be the conventional signaling. ATC, automatic train control on line 1, will begin to roll out in a phased manner from 2017 to north of St. Clair West, and to accommodate the opening of the TYSSE, because obviously we're going to open the TYSSE with ATC. This is talking about the conventional signaling system, which can accommodate that frequency. It already does in the peak. We're saying let's stretch that, because a lot of our ridership growth is in the off-peak.
Now, there are multiple benefits here as well. If you go to the 3 minute, it doesn't just make a happy subway rider, you're moving people off the platform faster. So you improve the platform experience, you actually move more riders, because you're picking them up. So there are a number of benefits, but just making that one change, not just making people happy.
Well, it's making better use of existing assets, so that you're sweating the assets such that you are literally moving people through more quickly. They spend less time standing around on a platform, and that platform becoming ever more congested.
Yes.
You're moving them along through the pipe.
Which can lead to reducing the amount of staff time we're spending just managing that platform, et cetera, et cetera. Over time, it makes a big operating difference.
Yeah, sure. And you maintain safety, because in the absence of things like platform screen doors, which would mitigate against very crowded platforms and people falling onto the track, you would actually have greater throughput, because as soon as the train comes up, it's got more chance of clearing the platform.
Right. Now, the cost there, 4.6 and annual, is that 4.6 would be the cost of in year 2016? The 12.7, is that Is that the full cost over 12 months or the annualization? Just the premium over the 4.6?
So that would be the
Total cost in 2017?
12.7.
3 minutes or better.
The 12.7,
12.7 is 12 months of dollars?
yes.
Okay, because in some documents in other divisions, they just give us the premium, so that's good to know. That's not a lot if that's the 12 months cost. Okay. There is another place I wanted to ask that question. Oh, if we could go backwards to slide 22, where we're talking about 2017 and 18, when TYSSE is open. You made a quick comment. You were talking about operating impacts, and this is the operating impacts of TYSSE. But then you made a comment, does not include the impact of ridership.
Right. So we are still in the process of assessing the exact ridership impact of opening that line, and that's a number to be added to this. So that will
Okay.
be, this will be the cost?
Oh, meaning it would build more ridership, building more cost.
Exactly. No. This is the cost. What we're also figuring out is what's the ridership going to be starting on day one, and that number will be an increase in revenue that's not built into these numbers. Over time, as that line gets busier and busier, and if you add trains with the ridership, you'd add more. But what we're saying here is the cost of opening it when it opens are these, but we haven't built in the associated ridership number with that, and we're working on those figures, and we'll have them over the next while.
Your last question.
I have one more, so that's perfect.
Very quickly then.
Okay, one more. Slide 13, which is the org chart and positions. So union positions, by my little calc bot on my iPad, makes up about 77.7%. So that's not a bad ratio. But does that include capital positions? You have certain
Yes.
people who are managing all of these contracts over
Yes,
there.
so it would include union workforce that's doing work on our capital budget. So our signals maintainers are the people installing the signal system. They're in here. If we're doing a bus rebuild, those bus rebuild people are unionized employees in our shops. They're in here. So they're in here.
Okay. And and capital supervisory, if they're attached to the contracts.
Right. If you're on a contract, if you're an Ellis Don employee, you're not on here. These would be TTC people.
Thank you, Councillor
Thanks.
Carroll. Councillor Pasternak, you're next for questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming with the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. The first one concerns Wheel-Trans, page 2. It was touched on in the presentation. The new eligibility criteria for the second half of 2016, is that to be reapplied to existing Wheel-Trans eligible riders, or is that a new eligibility that comes in for new applicants? And is that
So that's a new eligibility
Is that
criteria.
a tougher bar? Is
No.
that a tougher bar to?
No, it's not a tougher bar. It's a more generous bar, and it applies to anybody. So we don't anticipate anybody who's eligible for Wheel-Trans on a regular basis today to no longer be eligible. So all existing Wheel-Trans patrons are still going to be eligible. This is adding additional people, so people with cognitive disabilities or other, and things of that nature. The legislation and the regulation is very specific about what constitutes an eligibility for wheel paratransit type service, and we're moving to the provincial regulation. It's no longer a TTC-based eligibility criteria.
So in other words, it's lowering the bar for new applicants. It's creating a wider net.
Yeah, I think I'd say it's creating a wide. There are people who today who are not eligible that will be.
The federal gas tax, and maybe the CFO wants to jump in on this question, is it a factor of the cost? Does it flow through the province to municipalities on the average cost of gas, and will that shrink due to declining world prices?
No, it is cents per liter, so it doesn't shrink with the change in price in fuel. It is, the formula does do it on a per capita basis through the country, and we get our per capita share.
Now, 30% of Bombardier transportation has been sold to the Casse in Quebec. And normally when there's a major ownership shift of a supplier, it triggers various clauses, notifications, potential opting out. To what degree has the 30% sale changed our relationship with Bombardier Transportation And is there an opt-out clause because of that? We're in essence not even dealing with the same company anymore.
You want to?
Well, they in the body of, in the form of rather their CEO Raymond Bachand for the rail division, he wrote me and advised that they had this ownership change, or rather Bombardier overall. But we deal with a division that our relationship has not changed with them. I'm not aware, although we could take it away to have our lawyers check it, that triggers any opt-out clause or anything like that, if that's your point. We'll have a look at it, but we were advised of it. We didn't feel that there were any particular implications for us.
The TTC has said on occasion that the downtown relief line is your number one capital project as far as new transit lines is continuing. Is that still your view?
But we work to council direction, and right now we're working on a number of projects. I would certainly say that a relief line still needs to be absolutely up there front and centre, and it's for that reason that the city is consulting via the EA process on three three expansion projects, if you like: Scarborough Subway, Relief Line, and Smart Track. And so we're waiting to see what the ridership statistics, the projected ridership statistics come out at, because that's what should determine priorities, not what people necessarily want. But my view as a transit professional, I've never wavered from this since the day I got here. I believe that there needs to be a relief line.
Now, to date, Council has not approved the downtown relief line as its number one new transit priority. Is there a time in the future where TTC will bring that to Council, or that is not really in the plan?
Well, again, I'd sort of kind of refer back to my previous answer. We should let the number ridership analysis inform the timing of that submission, because when we previously put up a paper about the relief line, other factors such as Smart Track had not been factored in because we didn't know about them at the time. So we need to understand the big picture, which is why the city planning are undertaking this exercise, not to look at them in isolation, but to look at them together. And I'm waiting to see what that analysis comes up with.
Now, while ridership is...
I'll give you one more quick question. We're already...
ridership is obviously an essential piece of calculating where to build. Transit is also a social good. So if we looked at usage at our zoo or in our theaters based on an overweighting principle that transit uses, we would shut all that down. Do you think we're overweighting on ridership, and we should be looking at and balancing that off against the social good that building new transit represents?
No, I think you do have to take a number of factors into account, but I think ridership is important because that determines what level of transit is provided. If you're talking about a low ridership, you'll add a bus. If it's slightly higher than that, you do bus rapid transit, higher than that streetcar, higher than that LRT, higher than that subway. So it's important with a finite amount of dollars that you put the right level of transit in the right location, because otherwise you may be wasting money.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to Councillor Layton for questions next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. Just on some of the new and enhanced services, the proof of payment fare inspectors, they were included in the 2015 budget?
No, we introduced some fare inspectors in the 2015 budget. We were asked to defer 20. The need for them now is urgent because we have now progressed to all-door boarding, all routes, all day across the city. So I think there's a compelling business case to be made for having that deterrent effect of fare inspectors, because the quid pro quo is you've got to have a ticket.
Can you make that business case to us now? Will that pay for itself?
Here and now, we can furnish you with information that shows internationally there's a percentage of tickets that you should aim to check in order to provide a credible deterrent. And I think, Chris, it's around 2.5%. 4%, sorry, 4%. You should be aiming for about a 4% check rate. You're not going to have an inspector on every vehicle, but provided you can hit a certain amount of checking, you will deter the chances, as I call them.
So how close will these additional 20 inspectors get us to a 4% check rate?
Well, this will take us to around 100 fare inspectors, and we think with that, that group spread across particularly the POP lines, we will be able to hit around that percentage rate. Now, it may be that we do need some more in the future, particularly if we expanded proof of payment, say, to the buses. We're not planning to do that right now. I think with the 100, we would have a credible force.
The streetcar reliability, this was a pilot on St. Clair and King. Should you not receive the 4.5 million, will that pilot essentially be over on King?
No,
and St. Clair?
no,
That
we
will
would continue with what we're already doing, and that has been very successful in terms of tackling bunching and gapping, consequential turning, and then consequential complaints. Because it has proved to be so successful, we really want to do that, roll that out now onto other lines.
Can you quantify what the service enhancement for the bus service reliability and the streetcar service reliability and maintenance have in terms of the time of travel?
So we are working on a journey time metric that will be coming forward sometime in the not too distant future that does that very thing. What we do have, I don't have it with me, what we do have is changes in the short turns, when it leaves the end of the line on time, when it gets to the end of the line on time. So that we have a lot of measures to demonstrate the improvement of it. So we can do those. We can easily provide that information.
Yeah, let me just add to that, Councillor. We have, and I think it was Queen, my Chief Service Officer, gave me some stats the other day. We did a calculation of the number of customers who would no longer be inconvenienced by short turns, and if you multiply it by a presumed value of customers' time, the amount was huge, actually. I don't have it right with me, but we can furnish you with that.
Look, metrics like that are going to be critical in us proving the case not only to fellow councillors but to the public that we need to continue to invest even in our existing system in its operations in order for us to have a system that operates better than it did in the previous year. To that point, could we also have that same data around the bus reliability centered maintenance? Because I presume that by switching to an 80% corrective maintenance to an 80% preventative, that's going to keep more buses on the road and accessible to service.
That is correct. We currently, or not so long ago, we had a mean distance between failure of around 6,000 kilometres, which is about half what it should be. The best practice is around 12. So we have been taking buses off keeping buses off the road deliberately in order to catch up with maintenance to become proactive. We've already got the MDVF up to around 8,000, so we're on glide path to be on a par with best in class in North America. And the rationale behind that is, although it's controversial taking or keeping buses off the road, well, it's kind of, it's logical to me because putting them out only for them to fail is planning to fail. They wouldn't have been there anyway to serve the customers, so we've got to get ahead of that cycle.
So just two questions very quickly. The station modernization funding that's only half funded or for half the stations, that includes the AODA requirements?
AODA is typically held separately, but where we do a full station modernisation like we did at Dufferin, that would encompass the AODA.
And just to add to that.
Oh, man, I got one more question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, you answered that one. Thank you. I'll come back if I can. The vehicle acquisition that has been requested, or as an unfunded liability or unfunded expense, does that include the additional streetcars required to increase service on King? We talked about this last year, right?
So
like
that's the 60 additional LRVs that we'd like to buy.
Okay.
Current
so those are
Bombardier
those
contract
vehicles
has a provision in it. Wherever you get them, we could use 60 more. So that's a payment, assuming you did it through Bombardier, and that's based on the current contract.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As you can appreciate, we're all trained on our 5 minutes, and we really like to have concise, quick answers so we can get to the next question. So, and you did well. Councillor DiCiano for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. Through the chair, what did you guys say was the inflation rate, your annual inflation rate? Did I hear 11% in the
For inflation rate for what? For what we're assuming from the city, what we're given by
I'm
the
not sure. I walked in just slightly late, and I heard discussion that I guess your division's inflation rate was measured at 11%. Did I hear that correctly?
No, I believe
don't
that,
think-
if I can just help, Councillor DiCiano walked in just as you were answering my question about 2010 on the, to
Okay,
to
so
2000.
what the question referred to, if you look at the cash fare has gone from $3 to $3.25.
Right.
That's about an 8% increase.
Okay.
All I was trying to say was we haven't raised cash fare since 2010. So inflation since 2010 has been around 11%.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to page 23. You talk about, you mentioned the mayor's letter about the direction that was supposed to be given, and I thank you for that. And then you show that there's 5.9% in expenditure reductions, but in that, you include 50% of your 27 million, you include fuel savings of $14 million. That's, to me, I mean, everybody's saving on fuel, so that's like giving us the sleeves off your vest to say that. Really, what you've brought forward is $13 million in savings. So you're not even at 1% in savings.
Okay, so I take a different view. I think that is a legitimate item to include because we were desperate to avoid cutting into base. In other words, making our 1% saving, deriving it from cutting service, because that would not be the right thing to do.
No, that's correct. And we don't want you to cut service, but you're essentially saying in a $1.7 billion budget, that we were only able to find $13 million in savings, in efficiencies.
Well, overall, we found $27 million for the year in what was presented earlier on. You know, and we are looking to find more savings going forward. Things like when we can make the safety case, one-person operation of trains, roll out of SAP, roll out of CAD AVL. A number of structural changes coming up will allow us to be more efficient. But in the absence of those, then you're kind of scrabbling around. We have made around up until this budget round, $35 million of savings already on my watch as CEO.
Okay, further down on page 23, it says that last paragraph, the required increase in the 16 budget funding is due in large part to the annualized impact of the unprecedented $95 million investment in 2015. So those numbers mean that we spent $95 million, we invested $95 million in 2015, and you're asking for roughly $40 million extra dollars to fund that annual.
What that means is council approved $95 million on an annual basis. So $55 million of it was implemented in 2015. The remaining 40 is in 2016.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to page 33, salaries and benefits. 4.6% increase. What does our collective bargaining agreement call for? How is it so high? Page 33 of the analyst.
The collective bargaining agreement, which was settled in 2014, it's not as simple as a straight percentage. It depends on the person, right? The operators got effectively 2% pay rises year on year. Some other unionized employees got 0 and got fixed sums in lieu of a pay rise. The average was around about 1.7 from memory, but so we came well within the mandate we were given by our budget committee to achieve less than what an arbitrator would have given, and we achieved that.
Fair enough. So how do we get to 4.6% increase?
So out of that 55 million, some of it's just the wage increase associated with the collective agreement, but in addition, the $40 million worth of service and any other service we've added in, the full wage associated with that is in here as well. So this isn't just the change because of the collective agreement, it's a change in the collective agreement, and it's the people needed to provide the extra service.
Do you have the number of how many extra people we had to bring on because of that $95 million investment?
Yeah, so we set up a number about 600 before earlier. That was 600 in total. It was about 460, was the more precise number for the 95 million. And as Andy said, that was almost overwhelmingly maintenance people, operators, and that was basically it. Maintenance people and operators was the vast majority of those people. And so as you add service, you're gonna have operators to get at. And one of the reasons one of the benefits of things like the CLRV, the new streetcar and the new LRVs we're buying, for example, they're a much longer vehicle, so you need fewer operators to carry the same number of people because they're higher capacity vehicles. So we're working on that. Same thing with our articulated buses.
Thank you, Councillor. I have some questions myself. I will start my time. So on page, it's 19 of your presentation, 15 of your analyst notes. Now, the departmental non-labor reduction, you said it was $10 million. Now, as we've been going through all the other divisions, they've been, giving us, or we've been seeing a line by line that sort of calculates a number. And I'm just curious, because this is a round number, and I'm just curious how you calculated that. Was this through a line-by-line analysis that came up with the number, or where it just seems odd that it's just a round number to come up with? So just can you explain how you came up with that number?
So what we did is we basically went back the last 3 or 4 years and said, what's the departmental budget, largely the maintenance budget. It's, in large measure, it's the maintenance budget for our vehicles and our system. And we said, okay, here was the budget, what'd you actually spend? And over 3 or 4 years, we've been at least $10 million under on that. So we said, okay, we're comfortable with knocking $10 million across the board. The areas haven't told us yet how they're going to achieve it. We're imposing that on them. It might be something that could have been possible to go higher with one exception. With the change in the Canadian dollar, we're uncomfortable going much more than 10 million because a lot of the parts we buy for our vehicles are sourced from the United States.
Okay.
And so, if the dollar had remained unchanged, we'd be taking more than that out. So if we have a drop, a big increase in Canadian dollar, we'd be going back to the same account saying, fine, wait a minute, we should be taking more than 10 out.
You'd be able to show us that if we asked for a briefing note request, just to get a sense of how you calculated that?
Sure. Yes, we can.
Great. Now, going to page 33 of the analyst notes, it's on Appendix 2. The councillor he took my salaries question. Materials and benefits. So in 2013, you had $270 million. This year, in the budget request, it's 306. Now, understanding that, it's sort of gone down from 2015, but I'm curious, number one, why it has gone up considerably since that year. And it seems to be bouncing around every year. When you're looking at 270, 287, you budget for 318, it goes down. How do you come up with the 306? What's the rationale?
So, the groups came back and made their budget submissions to us, and they added up to, instead of 3.6, they added up to 3.17. So we went back and said, wait a second, in 2015, you actually spent about 313. So we know there's some inflation that you're going to have to accommodate, but we knocked that off there. So in fact, what you see is that's the drop. So there are some things that we're in fact imposing on them a reduction. And it's fairly similar to the same answer I gave. We went back over the last several years and said you were under budget. 2015 projection is there. We expect that there will probably be a little lower than that projection, and we've basically said we're, in large measure, flatlining that number.
And on your services and rents, so I look at the actuals for 2013, and it's pretty much 50 million. And we're in 2016, and you're asking for almost 90 million. That's a considerable increase. Now, what would be responsible for an increase like that in 3 years?
So in large measure, that's the temporary bus garage. It was the warehouse that we got approved last year, and it was some office space that we hope to vacate in the not very distant future.
If I might just add to that, so at the TTC board, we have had a protracted debate about this because we need more warehousing now, and we need more because we're buying more parts because we have a bigger fleet, and because we are buying a bigger fleet, we need more garaging. In the short term, we're having to lease properties. What we really want to do is consolidate into a mega warehouse property somewhere to sort out the garage capacity, but then also to consolidate all of our myriad of leased office accommodations into one new head office somewhere. It'll save money.
And as we've been, I know you haven't been here all week, but we've been asking the similar questions in all the divisions and all that, and we've been requesting a little bit more information afterwards just to justify, so we may find a few requests on that. Now, on the briefing note, we'd asked for a briefing note on all the divisions on some discretionary spending. You provided yours, and I want to thank you for that. So I wanted to ask a question specifically on the training and conferences. In 2013, the budgeted, or what you spent, was $1.4 million. And the 2016 request is $3.4 million, way over double the amount of money for training and conferences. So can you justify why you want that much in training and conferences compared to 2013? It has been going up a little bit, but this seems to be like a considerable increase.
Sure. So, I mean, I queried this as well, partly prompted by the request for the note, because that was, in trying to understand all of the detail, that was one I hadn't picked up on. So I welcomed that, and I said, why is it that we're jumping? So we can have another look at this, but the reason we're doing this is because as part of the modernization of the TTC and trying to make the place more professional, we are providing more leadership training. We are providing more what's called EDEV programs, so where we're actually using electronic training programs. There's more safety training for safety consultants because we want to improve our safety record. There's GIS programming for strategy and service planners, and there's more training for lawyers. So I guess it is optional, and it may be something that you want us to pare back. It's consistent, though, with what we're trying to do, which is professionalize the whole of the TTC. It's not traveling.
Okay, and one other thing that Danny didn't have on his list, we talked about going from a 5 to a 3-year recertification program. So there's the cost of actually doing that, and then there's the backfill for existing operators. So it's not counted twice, but $500,000 of that number could easily go into this category here, too.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let's go to outside councillors now for questions. I have Councillor McConnell first. Deputy Mayor McConnell, sorry.
Just call me Pam. Thank you.
Okay.
So my questions are actually larger, and thank you for the presentation. Oh, Mr. Chair, before I go on, could we get these, please, as we were requested a number of years ago, one per page? It's impossible to read them.
Yes.
And it's impossible to make notes on them, and that's really what the function is.
Yes,
not
a few
your
of us
problem.
have
It's our
requested
problem.
one page, so we can get that for you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So the first question I had was with regards to your new hire. Are you continuing to work with Tess about incentivizing people on OW who are eligible to be employed?
My understanding is we are, but as a prompt, I will check that with my Chief People Officer, who's not here today. My understanding is we are.
Yes, and if you could just get a little bit of I don't think the whole place needs a briefing note on it, but I would like it because it's part of our poverty reduction and it's not in your list. So if I could, if there's a dollar figure, that would be helpful. If not, I wouldn't go to a lot of trouble. Second question is around Wheel-Trans. So if, as we're moving into more accessible streetcars, will we expect to see people with mobility devices preferring to get onto the streetcar because it's easier and because it works for them, rather than relying on Wheel-Trans? So have you been looking at that over the last little while, and will you, more importantly, be looking at it in the future?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, our strategy is to progressively migrate people who are able to come off Wheel-Trans and onto the conventional system. There'll always be some who just cannot because of the nature of their physical disability. They'll still need special wheelless vehicles, but our strategy is all around getting people onto conventional, which
And-
is fully supported by ACAP, by the way.
Yes, and by the way, it may be a mix of both. There may be times in which, in order to get to a particular doctor appointment or mother-in-law, whatever it is, it's just not possible to go through just a streetcar. But for the easy ones, I think it should take us a number of trips over. And my discussions with people who use Wheel-Trans is that they would be happy to be able to use the regular streetcars and would make them much, on the equity fare, we've been looking about reduction for people with disabilities or on OW. When can we expect that report to come forward? March, thank you. I'll just write that down. That's great. In terms of the reliance on fossil fuels, I mean, we've just all come back from major conversations about these, particularly around cities. And a lot of the cities are moving very quickly off them, particularly, and having plug-in areas for electric vehicles and so on. What's your thinking on that? Where are you on those policy discussions?
Sure. So we would like to play our part in using more green technology, if you like. What we have experienced, so we had our fingers burnt on the hybrid buses.
Yes.
Hybrid buses have proved to be very unreliable. I would argue they're bad for the environment because you have to keep changing the batteries on them. So what we don't want to do is be the guinea pig. I would like to see what happens on some of these other properties. And I understand that Montreal had just bought a bunch of new generation hybrids. Let's see how they go, make sure the technology is proven, then we can have a look at it.
Yes, because my understanding from my discussions at 1,000 cities, 1,000 mayors, that many of the cities, and also with the business discussion, that now there's quite a difference in what the new generation can do in terms of the reliability of the batteries and the length of time that the batteries can manage to work. And I know that Paris, for example, is almost 100% onto electrical. So those examples perhaps will come in as you see the reliability. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, obviously, we have the benefit also of a very large streetcar fleet, but we are watching what goes on in other cities. If the technology is proven, we're interested.
Great. Yes, and the streetcars have saved us a lot of money. I keep reminding people, and I like them. So on Cherry Street, if I could. So you've just done a huge infrastructure that is now completed to the Pan Am Village, now to be West Donlands. Those lands are certainly the first 8 buildings are coming on stream. And now we're saying that you're not going to operationalize that line. What's your thinking on that? Why did the commission decide that? Is it that they're not going to do it immediately, or they're still thinking about it? The reliability of King Car in general, how did that come about? Because I'm going to have to answer those questions, and so are you, for the people who are looking at an unused line, right?
Last question.
So we're on the same page here, Councillor. We want to do it.
Yes.
It's not that we don't want to do it. It's that when we put up via the Budget Committee a series of changes, the cut-off unfortunately left that one unable to be approved by the TTC board. It was deferred or handed over, if you like, to this process to see if additional subsidy could be provided in order to operationalise that line. I want to get on with it. I happened to be down there the other day. You can see the wires are up, the track's down. We're really keen to serve that area.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davis, you had questions, I believe?
I do. Mine are sort of big budget questions. I didn't have the opportunity to go to the DTC discussions. So just so I understand, the budget has 21.5 million more, or 4.5% increase on the convention side of the TTC? Conventional service?
Yes.
So
Plus
4.5%?
the other enhancements that our board approved.
Then there is 8 million in increase over 2015 for Wheel-Trans, and that is a 7.3% increase.
Yes.
for a total of about 30 million more over 15
Yes?
before the enhancements.
Yes.
And that includes about 37 million of annualized costs from the improvements in 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the improvements that are proposed for 2016 are 16.5 million.
Yes, ma'am.
And that constitutes, if these were to be introduced, what percentage increase would that be?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I don't know if somebody, one of the folks over there have, but I'm guessing it's something in the range of,
It's 16.5 million over a budget of, where's,
it's about 1% of the TTC's gross budget,
right, but these are all
but it's
conventional.
about probably 3% of this net, something like that. So it's probably, something around 3% of the net budget and 1% of our gross budget.
Okay. So that would add on another net, so the 7.3, or the 4.5 increase,
Probably 7.5.
it would bring it to 7.5 increase on the conventional service side if we added those improvements.
Yes, ma'am, something in that order.
So 7.5 on conventional and 7.5 on Wheel-Trans.
Yes.
That would be 30 million plus 16 million. Is that right? 16.5. So 47 million more in improvements, or 40 million more over 2015, if all of them are improved.
Of which about 37 million is a carryover from last year's.
Right.
And another 20 or so, 17 or 20 million or so is our signed collective agreements.
Right. And how long is that collective agreement?
That runs till March 31st, 2018.
And you're an essential service. Was that negotiated or artitrated?
That was approved by City Council, and the province has made it a regulatory change.
Answering the
Oh, sorry.
question. It was negotiated. We negotiated four four-year deals with four unions, so we did not go to arbitration.
Yes, okay. Now, on this list of service enhancements for 2016 that we're going to consider, have any of these actually been implemented? I've been hearing all kinds of announcements. The mayor has announced, in fact, Sunday morning has started.
Sunday morning service has
So
started. That's
how is Sunday morning started when it hasn't been approved yet?
direction was to start Sunday service. The Sunday service was seen to be highly beneficial to customers, so
Yes.
it was announced, so we started it. It was to be started at the beginning of the year, so we've done that.
So if it's not approved, you'll just have to find it internally somehow?
Can I just jump in there? Sorry, it's over here. It's Chris across the road. All here. Sorry, it's over here.
Okay.
So the bulk of that.
I also have other questions of the city manager.
Okay, so the bulk of that additional increase is matching the surface network with the subway. So the subway is now open, but Blue Night runs for that hour in between. So
I'm
this
not asking the
further
rationale
increase.
for it. I'm just saying that 2.9 million attached to it was not funded, is not approved yet.
That's for changing the bus and the streetcar to open
Hasn't
an
been
hour early.
incurred yet, because the trains are already running, but we're now letting customers board them as they leave the depot. So it's no real
Okay.
cost yet. It's the bus links that add the cost.
Sorry, Chris, I wasn't listening to you. And this is to the city manager. We have before us the budget, which is one of, and I support transit, believe me, I support transit. And we have other, what I'd call hard services, where we've seen significant increases. And yet, we have seen on the soft service side, the human service, take childcare, minus 1%. How is it that we determine the priorities between the hard services and the soft services? And, you know, I have to say, childcare, we need childcare to get to work. Childcare is essential for economic development for the city. Childcare is
Is
essential.
there a question there, Councillor?
Yeah, my question is, how is it that we choose which ones can grow and improve and which ones can't?
I'll let the city manager answer, but I would assume that would be a council decision, so.
Through you, Chair, it is in fact a council decision. It is a council decision. It is the accumulation of council decisions over a period of time. And in my presentation to Executive Committee, I shared with council a slide that shows quite clearly the kind of cumulative weight of decision over a period of time, looking back to the year 2000 and up to 2015. And over that period of time, there has been, as a result of council decisions, a set of greater investments, relatively greater investment in transit, police, and a number of services, and relatively less investment on the city-funded base in soft services, generally those associated with Cluster A.
Right. And would you say that the impact of those soft
Council, that was your last question?
Yeah,
We're-
Mr.
We're
Chair.
already at 7 minutes.
When we go to speakers list, I'm sure Councillor Davis can share her views, but
Thank
if
you.
anything,
Thank you, Councillor. So are there any other outside councillors who would like to ask questions of the TTC? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Barfin. Thank you very much for coming in and your analysis and your questions and presentation. So, committee members, as I'd mentioned at the beginning, even though it states that we're going to do other city programs, the city manager's office this afternoon, I think it would be pertinent if we could do that now. And again, and we will ask questions of the city manager's office, but also there was a request to ask some questions on, I think, his initial presentation. If I'm correct, Councilor Carroll, you'd requested that, so. We're going to do the city manager's office now with questions, but there was also a request to ask a few more specific questions about the city manager's presentation to us.
Sorry, I don't have my notes with me, and there was some confusion through the week as to whether we were even going to do the city manager's office and the PB report that's attached to it Friday or Monday, so I don't have my materials here to do it. Online, I can ask about the office and the report, but the presentation,
Okay.
I've got pencil notes somewhere. I'll do them offline.
Okay, then what we'll do, so why don't we'll just, if it's okay, why don't we do the city manager's office, if there are any questions on his budget, and then if not, we will go toward, right to internal services. So why not just ask for questions on, so we're dealing with the city manager's office budget and the report attached. Yes. Okay. Do you want to go with Council Carroll? Do you want to start then? I know you're. Is there anybody else before? We're just dealing with the city manager's office budget and the report that was attached, or the. Or would it be, again, would it, I'm just, depending on how, I don't want to have you to rush. Well, I'm just wondering, would it maybe be possible to do and I'm just looking at timing for you.
Mr.
Councillor
Budget
Ray?
Chief, I've got a couple questions that, as Councillor Carroll.
Okay,
pulls it up.
perfect. Perfect, thanks. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. To the city manager, we have asked you.
Excuse me, just one sec. There's a lot of noise and it's hard to hear, so if we can just bring the tone down a little bit, it'd be much appreciated.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. I'm just curious, there have been many requests for the city manager to coordinate and to take leadership in reporting back to council on some pretty major items. Smart Track, some work around the Gardner. I know that there is enormous projects we've made requests for the city manager's office, and yet there doesn't seem to be a request for additional resources to do that. Are you able to, and what assurance are you able to give us that your office will be able to manage this additional workload in a timely manner without the use or without the benefit of resources to match the amount of work that you're doing?
I appreciate the question, Councillor. You are correct. The City Manager's Office performs a broadly based executive function on behalf of City Council, and that does mean that a fair number of quite large projects, Smart Track and others, have been steered in the direction of the City Manager's Office for overall coordination across the range of city divisions. And also, since a huge number of these major complex projects have intergovernmental aspects as well, since the City Manager's Office provides the lead and coordination in that area, there is a fairly substantial volume and workload. The direct answer is we actually size, we actually adjust. We have a relatively small number of folks who are working hard and I think working appropriately, but we scale the amount of work done to the amount of resources we have available. Relative to the last place I worked, we do not have a particularly large or sophisticated policy function, and that remains a little bit of a challenge as the City of Toronto tries to deal with the full magnitude of its budget and its intergovernmental relations challenges. I'm not suggesting that I need incremental resources, but I am suggesting that in fact, it is a challenging environment to make sure that the relatively small number of staff directly in the Executive Office are able to cope with the fairly substantial volume of requests, and particularly the materiality, the impact of those requests from Council.
So, in an ideal, in a perfect world, the City Manager's Office would have the policy expertise in every division to respond to these requests?
I think that is correct. I think that the City of Toronto really does matter. It's a big budget. It's a big place. It has a big impact on all sorts of important things. I think that one of the challenges the city has is that it tends to work in operational silos. It's organized on a series of highly specific operational silos. The overall coordination function is something that can always be enhanced.
How much of your office's time is spent on, for instance, if we take one project, let's take the Gardner discussion that happened last year. How much of your office's time in an FTE measurement would have been put on responding to Council's requests around the Gardner, dealing with the intergovernmental aspects of it? Like, just ballpark me.
So unfortunately, that one does predate my arrival to the city. So that's not one where I can give you a practical experience. But I can give you a good sense that the number of FTEs and the budget is essentially fixed. We hit the target, so it gets a little bit smaller incrementally. But basically, yes, there is both a longer-term policy function, and then there is an issue management scramble function, and they both take up a lot of time and energy.
So one that is ongoing now around Smart Track, how much of your office's capacity is dedicated to review, to coordination, to intergovernmental on Smart Track?
And as you'll appreciate, the vast majority of the City Manager Office budget that is in front of you is in fact part of Human Resources function. There's a much smaller function, largely in the strategic planning function, that deals with most of the things you're talking about in this line of questioning. That is led by Peter Natero. I think we have, in a practical sense, about 2 or 3 FTEs who manage that overall coordination linkage, and I'll look to Peter to confirm that is an accurate estimate.
Sorry about my delay. That is essentially accurate. There are FTEs in planning that are attributed to Smart Track. Pardon me. And in our office, we offer a more in-kind support to Smart Track, commitment by staff in our Strategic and Corporate Policy Division, probably 1 or 2 FTEs in kind.
Sorry, 1 or 2 or 2 to 3?
Well, I will say 2.
Let's say 2.
2 FTEs in kind on Smart Track in City Manager's Office, and there is a complement in planning for Smart Track.
And I think I'm going to get cut off there.
If you have one very quick question, I'll allow it.
It was actually, where were those 2 FTEs prior to moving on to the Smart Track file? What would they have been, their job description included?
So they would have, in the City Manager's Office,
yeah.
We have a small unit of 2 people that support various transit expansion initiatives. And they range from a history of major transit expansion initiatives over the past few years, from the Shepherd East LRT review to Eglinton Crosstown. We have a number of transit expansion initiatives underway that demands some direct support.
So these same individuals would be responsible for support around the Finch West, the downtown relief line, the waterfront, the waterfront, whatever it's called that we asked for, the waterfront check, recheck, restart, reset.
You snuck another question in there, Councillor.
I know,
you were
but they're
good.
the
I
same
will allow
individuals
that one.
responsible for those
That'll
files.
be it.
Those projects are at various stages of development. When they involve a level of coordination from the city manager's office, that involve coordination with the TTC and, say, with the province, that is where we primarily provide the support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carroll, you ready now?
Yes, and my questions are really just about the tiny internal audit department. And this is internal audit as opposed to the AOs. That is a pretty flatline department over time. Have we done a review of whether or not we're getting all we want to get out of internal audit in recent years?
I appreciate the question, and we have not, to the best of my knowledge, done a review. The internal audit function is about $1.2 million. The overall budget of the city is substantially larger than that. So this is a very stretched organization. I can report that in my early interactions with internal audit, it does have an appropriate planning process. It does have an appropriate scope. It does do the right things. But obviously, the ratio of audit resources to program resources is on the light side relative to any other major corporate structure.
It is on the light side. I ask because I know the AG is asking for a substantial increase in the size of her operation, and well beyond what was originally planned and scoped and anticipated for that unit to ever become. Is there a benefit to, if that's the case, has anyone looked at before because we have to do it independently and without advice from you, before we look at that request from the AG, is there any plan within, for instance, within this term of office to look at, in fact, those functions could be done internally and supervised and more efficiently if we simply reviewed whether or not internal audit is doing all they can do?
There are important synergies between internal and external audit, but the role of the Auditor General is in fact quite different, and it does involve a value for money focus and a variety of other things. Internal audit is primarily an incredibly important management tool that allows managers to have early insight in the design, operation, and checking of programs to make sure that they are appropriate from a financial and accountability perspective. And it's largely about the internal control function. The Auditor General is largely about the check and value for money function. There is an important synergy in that the work plan of internal audit is oftentimes a very vital input into the Auditor General plan, but my personal belief is that these are separate functions, both of which need to be adequately resourced.
Both need to be adequately resourced. Both, and this is, in my view, changing over time. Both work to reduce risk in the organization and to recommend to council how to reduce risk, but that seems to be shifting into the AG dialogue. Would it be helpful if budget asked before the 2017 year to relook at whether or not we're properly resourcing internal audit so that while there's a synergy between the two, the balance between the two is not upset?
I'm not worried so much about the balance between the two as I am worried about the total level of resources, both externally and internally. And one of the reasons that I find this challenging conversation, Councillor, is because at the level of intuition, it does not seem that I can easily answer a question, do we have adequate resources given the ratio between not between internal and external, but between the amount of audit resources we have relative to the amount of transactions we have. Right. Regardless of whether or not there's a motion from council, that is something I will look at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Pasternak, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the analyst notes, they describe the city manager's role as leading the municipal administration and providing guidance and advice to council on the city's fiscal, organizational, intergovernmental, and service priorities. Now, in light of the budget format that we've been given, in which new and enhanced are actually not included in the package, but given as more of a shopping list, is this a stepping back from the city manager's office in providing that fiscal advice?
No, it's not. And this is a difficult budget process this year, and it's a difficult budget process for a couple of core reasons. The first is that the staff is able to produce a budget that balances at a property tax of 2.17%. That's not consistent with the budget chief's instructions and targets. At 2.17%, that does not include items requested and likely the direction of council to include. So we presented that as a preliminary budget. So there is that gap that needs to be filled. Council needs to decide what increment it wants to fund, then it needs to fill that. And then there's a subsequent set of issues associated with that in terms of, on a going forward basis, there remains the clearly inadequate funding associated with capital projects to which council has directed staff to undertake and spend taxpayer resources.
When many of those motions were passed for new and enhanced, and they were to refer to staff to develop the policy of implementation and recommendations for sourcing funding, that's not before us. Is it left to this committee and a council floor fight to get it all sorted out?
It is not physically possible. It's not arithmetically possible to meet. So the budget process has worked its way through. The budget process, following from the acting city manager and budget chief instructions, has worked its way through. That budget process has two primary sources of pressure. The first source of pressure is the net pressure put on the property tax base associated with police and transit. The second major source of pressure is the reversal of the one-time items included in the past, speaking to the futility of the one-time strategies. Those are the two major areas of pressure. Those alone ensure that we have a property tax starting point of 2.17%. The reason we have not presented something else is because we are also respecting the council instructions to the instructions associated with this to stay within the council mandated service levels. So this is not a step backwards. This is a reflection of the reality of the budget situation. This is a large budget, $14 billion gross, $3.94 billion net. And it's subject to substantial structural forces. That is the outcome of the budget process to date.
Letters of direction. We were looking at, well, the mayor's office, I guess, was looking at 2%, looking at 2% savings, not necessarily service cuts, but more of efficiencies.
Yes, that's correct. And that was largely achieved by the city. That was not achieved, and the source of net pressure on the property tax base is largely a function of two primary steps: the reversal of prior one-year savings, so the annualizations, the reversal of prior one-year savings, and of course, as we've discussed, the incremental requirements to maintain Toronto Transit and police.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, any other, Councillor Campbell, you have questions of the?
Thank you. Just quick question. It's in regard to the reduction of the number of positions, the staff complement by 14.5 from 445 and a half to 431. That's noted on page 8. Page 10 provides a little more detail. It says 3 vacant positions were taken out of strategic communications, 10 across 4 HR services. Is the reduction of the 14 and a half positions, were they all just previously vacant and unfilled positions?
No, I think some of them were actually straight out reductions. So there is a mixture of vacancy scooping, and some are direct positions that had been filled and will no longer be filled.
Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, you haven't been here that long, but long enough to maybe have some ideas on where further efficiencies might arise. It's still although we've commented on the scope of the task that the department has to engage in, it's still a $46 million expenditure or thereabouts, and employs over 400 people. Do you foresee going forward other opportunities for savings through technological improvements or having other departments absorb some of the work, or what are your initial impressions?
So the one thing that I don't want to do is use the executive privilege of the city manager's office to simply take the work and force it off into other divisions. That's not counterproductive. I have an overall bottom line responsibility for the budget and the report into this council. So it is very tempting to assign that and use the authority of the city manager's office, frankly, to assign a pressure someplace else and ask them to meet it. That will not be the nature of my approach. But you are entirely correct. In a $46 million budget, there is always room for savings. Part of the challenge is that there's always room for savings. We can always find training. We can always find this. We can always find that. It's not, however, just a one-year challenge. And a good deal of the challenge that the City of Toronto has on a going forward basis is it has tended to relentlessly squeeze in the past and then add those pressures back in the subsequent year. I think it's far more important to get a very solid base, right-sized budget and then move forward consistently with that and have longer-term expenditure management policies that we stick to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Let's go to outside councillors. I have Councillor Fletcher, then Davis.
Thanks very much. I just want to go over something that you just said, Mr. City Manager, and that was departmentally or within the city, though you've managed to meet the targets. But there are fiscal pressures that are outside, such as Toronto Police, TTC, and I'd just like to add Toronto Community Housing in there from council's point of view, and wise spending. So it's one of the options is to try to reduce that pressure on the budget for the large outside corporations. Is that one of the strategies?
So just to be, I was careful in my language. I just put a largely in there because it is a large and complex budget, and there are some areas that naturally exceed or have service increments or others, and there are other elements that more than achieve the budgetary reduction targets. On balance, the city is not a source of material fiscal pressure against the property tax base. And that leaves us with the obvious observation that others are, and to the extent that a huge amount of budgeting is fishing where the fish are, that is largely where the fish are.
And currently, there are, if I'm just going to take TTC, there are many different departments that are doing different things with TTC. There's transportation, there's planning, and then there may be some financial piece that's taking place in both of those divisions and in your office. But would you agree that that kind of larger, knowing exactly what's the direction or forecasting on how that money's being spent is in place yet in the city?
So I believe that we have a rich and complicated relationship with the Toronto Transit Committee.
Let's talk about all the big three.
TTC is all of them. We have many different relationships. They're incredibly important parts of our social fabric. We are continuously working to improve the relationship and the forecasting and the methodology and the understanding. Those relationships happen at the staff level. They are also mediated by governance models through the boards, and the staff of those commissions owe their first duty to the board, and that does represent a consistent challenge as we work our way through. The biggest single issue, though, is not actually the behavior of Toronto Police or the behavior in terms of their relationship with us. That is an evolving and working relationship. We can always do better on it. But the basic problem that both Toronto Transit Commission and Toronto Police Services have is they have underlying, very real cost pressures.
Yes. However, when you have a large project that doubles in budget from $450 million to $900 million, and we have a structure that's a management structure at the city. We changed from commissioners to management structure, and there is a city manager. Would you not say the buck stops there at the city manager in ensuring that decisions that are being made financially are actually fiscally prudent decisions by large corporations that get all their money through the city?
We'll meet you halfway on that observation, Councillor, and I will agree with you that for a corporation with the size and complexity of the City of Toronto, the City Manager's Office, given that a great deal of the fiscal challenge, and particularly the net fiscal challenge, is a function of the three large external agencies, the city has not structured itself in budgetary management terms or in terms of the City Manager's Office to provide adequate insight and guidance into this council and this committee in terms of the nature and origin of those pressures.
So there
For example,
there could be an alignment or a, yes, go ahead, for example.
For example, we know that there are material pressures baked into the 2017 budget associated with the Toronto Transit Commission.
Fine.
That has perhaps not been adequately canvassed by this conversation.
So there's
we
an
can do a better job on that.
An alignment issue vis-a-vis city, through the City Manager's Office, independent boards, and the corporations that we should really be looking at. And I guess if there's nobody in your office, how would you do that without any extra resources? Or is that something that you have to contemplate during 2016?
It is unfortunately more than an alignment issue. Is it a core governance issue?
I
And we need to
understand,
both
but-
respect Council's authority in terms of its overall oversight of those things through me, and also Council's desire to have these run through boards. And that is not an easy balance to achieve.
However, I'm asking if during this upcoming year, you'll be looking at some of those issues.
I will be looking at some of those issues
My
because
last question
obviously
then, is there a TPAP that's underway for Smart Track, and where is that funded from?
I'm going to ask Peter Notaro to respond to that.
Through the chair, to my knowledge, and city planning would be the proponent on the TPAP from a staff perspective. I'm not aware of a TPAP underway. There are various studies underway for Smart Track, but not a TPAP.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Get ready for an admin inquiry on that. What? TPAP for Smart Track.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. City Manager, your budget achieved the -1%, that's right?
That's correct.
And that was achieved through a number of reductions in staff and a number of reductions in vacant staff. Can you just, though, tell me how many actual fewer persons will be working in the divisions that you...
I'm just going to flip through and try and find my chart on that, and if you could ask me another question while we do that, I will give you that answer almost immediately. But the number, it goes down, sorry, and I have the current year number, I just need to get the last year's number. It goes down by 14? 14.
Do you know how many positions you eliminated last year?
I don't
Over
offhand.
the last 10 years?
I'm happy to provide that information, but that's not something I have.
Okay. And those are permanent reductions?
They are. They are.
A permanent position?
Yes.
Some of them are in HR. And I guess in a time of labor relations and negotiations, I'm surprised that we're reducing in HR.
So I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce Carrie Pond, who is the new Executive Director for Human Resources. But I'm not going to ask Mr. Pond to answer the question.
We know each other. So I'm very pleased to have Carrie Pond here.
I think this is a very real question. This is a year, and this is a period of time in which the City of Toronto is coming up to a very complicated and meaningful set of labor relations negotiations. We know we need to do better in terms of health and safety. We know we need to do better in terms of a number of other areas.
You had 4 HR positions.
Yeah.
So you're confident that this will have no impact on what you're doing, or what services will be reduced, or what workloads will be reduced, what hours of work will change because we're cutting more HR positions?
This will be a stretch. This will be a stretch. And this is the kind of thing, this is to be very direct, this is the art of management.
This is the art of overloading staff, is what the is.
And that is in of itself an art.
Oh, that's an art. Okay, and then I won't go any further than that. I'll talk to Carrie afterwards. My other interest has always been on the equity access, or equity, diversity, and human rights portfolio, and it has gone up 1.1%, and that looks like a half-time person. Is that a half-time person?
I believe that's a realignment, and I'll just actually check and see if that is in fact a half-time person, if that's the correct.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm just wondering if there's been any improvement in the staffing in the access and equity team.
If there are any,
Extra staff for access and equity and AODA, because there's one person. Yeah, it's not, I'll lean right in. There's only one person who does AODA, and I've raised this the last 3 years, and the city manager had committed to look at this, and I'm wondering if there have been any improvements in the resources in that department.
the answer is yes. We've recently realigned staff resources and program resources in the division. Hi.
Oh, I don't know who you are.
Oh, I'm Kim Jeffries. I'm the manager of the Human Rights Office because Uzma's out of the country.
Ah, okay.
So we've realigned both program and staff resources within the division. We've forged partnerships with key stakeholder divisions, such as Strategic Communications, INT, and we're developing a formal interdivisional AODA network to foster shared expertise and to ensure that AODA considerations are built in to all employment and service practices.
But I just want to know, is there extra staffing in that division to do that?
So I'm happy to answer that question, and the answer is there is no incremental staff. There are plans to do better, but there are no incremental staff.
Okay.
And the same generic concern I raised with respect to the adequacy of our internal audit resources will apply to a 33,000-person organization and a relatively small number of HR, equity, diversity staff.
I'll give you one last quick.
One last question. So Strategic Communications has been reduced. Strategic and corporate policy reduced. How could we possibly be reducing policy and communications at a time when we are engaged in such huge, big intergovernmental initiatives?
So this one is done through the time-honored City of Toronto approach of vacancy management, here known as gapping. It's unlikely to have an immediate direct effect, but as we have discussed earlier, these are high-performing organizations that are under significant pressure, and they'll continue to be high-performing organizations, but they will do the work that they can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And seeing no other questions, we're going to go to presentation for internal services. Mr. Rossini is going to just move his desk. I wanted to remind all councillors, now we have a few more in the room, with regard to, can I have everybody's attention with regard to briefing notes? So if you have a request for a briefing note, as I said earlier on, it needs to be in by the end of today. We're going to be reviewing all of the requests for briefing notes. Except for what we deal with on Monday, of course. I mean, we have a whole, we have the ombudsman and all of that, so it's not that. But anything we've done up to this week, if you could have the briefing notes in by the end of today, so they can be reviewed over the weekend to see where we go on Monday.
No, it's okay.
Well, Councillor, what I'm looking at doing is trying to get a sense. Can I have everybody's attention, please, quickly? Council, I'm trying to get a sense of number one, the amount of briefing notes that are going to be requested, the amount of time that's staff time to involve, and to see whether or not these briefing notes really have to deal with the budget. As you recall, last year we had some issues and problems around just the volume, and then whether. So it's more of a request.
No, I'm just worried that there are those that may not know that, because I think everyone was under the impression that they would happen the last day of presentations.
Yeah.
And so. And that there may be people.
That's why I'm trying to. I'll encourage.
He's been saying this all week. I keep telling him.
No, he hasn't.
Okay, if everybody can please grab their seats. I know the presentation is going to be about 20 minutes, and we'll be right hitting on lunch. So if we can please ask everybody to exchange or change their seats so we can begin the presentation, so the CFO can get through this presentation before lunch. Mr. Rossini, it's all you. Hold on a second.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Crawford.
Hold on, excuse me, there's a lot of chatter in the room, and I respect that we're kind of switching over. Can I please have everybody be quiet, because the presentation's about to begin. Thank you.
Yes, let's all be quiet for this. What did I ever do? Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. So today I'm actually taking off. Yes, today I'm taking off my CFO hat and I'm putting on my DCM hat because I'm the proud Deputy City Manager of our some 3,000 strong cluster of internal services. And you see my fine folks all around here. So just quickly, we're going to talk about our services, do an operating review, do a capital review, and in the presentation there's a number of detail on page 3. There's a number of appendices in the presentation, so there's a lot more details that we've provided. I won't go through them there. You can peruse that over the lunch break and just grill me to your heart's content after lunch. Okay, cluster overview. Basically, we have 6 program clusters, including my own office and financial planning. And then there's the Office of the Treasurer, and you see in the org chart in the services there delivered by the Treasurer, accounting services, revenue services. I won't go through all of them. You have our fleet and facilities. We call it free, but it's not free, which is basically facilities, real estate, energy, and environment. And then you have fleet, 311 Toronto, and IT. So those are the services. Page 6, and I'll go through this quickly because I want to get this in. There's our org chart. Some 3,000 FTEs, including operating and capital. I have 7 direct reports and 13 division heads. We have a little unique structure in Cluster C in that we also have, in addition to myself that leads the cluster, we have the Chief Corporate Officer, Josie, and our new Treasurer, Mike St. Amand, that have division heads reporting to them. Okay, so what's been happening to staffing trends across the cluster since 2008? We did some facilities and IT transformation. In 2009, you saw an increase. From 2009 then into about 2012, like most of the organizations in this city, we had some decreases. And then basically, we had some increases in 2013. Basically 58 new positions to meet increasing demands for IT. And since then, we have been relatively flat. There was actually, since 2014, we have declined by about 18 positions. Though this graph looks like, oh, Rob, you've increased a bit. If you look at in 2014, the key points there, we technically, for reporting purposes, added 47 staff, but we really didn't. They were provincial trades. They were reclassified. When you correct for that reclassification, we are actually down 18 staff since 2014. Okay, vacancy analysis. I think we've done, since the hiring freeze of 2012, we've done, I think, a good job on the operating side of bringing our vacancies down and filling filling positions and needs. We still have some work to go through in facilities and in IT. We've got it down to 4.2% before gapping. When you include gapping, it's about less than 1%, basically, less than 1%. So, because we do have to hold about 95 positions across the cluster to meet our gapping targets. On capital, we do still have some significant unfilled positions, but I want to put one thing out there. On capital, we fill as and when a project requires. So if there are project delays for whatever reasons, tendering, legal, the business itself isn't quite ready to proceed, we do not hire those positions in advance. So we staff up for capital as a position, as the resources are needed. Okay, service performance. It was a busy year in 2017. We've done a lot of work. We had a lot of major projects on the go. In that first bullet point, I'll just name a few. The TY, I've got staff working on some of the key major mega projects in the city, like the Toronto-Spadina subway, waterfront revitalization, Scarborough subway, the Gardner, a lot of this work being done in either corporate finance division led by Joe Farag's group, and also Josie's financial planning division. In the Office of the Treasurer, we've got some big capital IT related projects in the Office of the Treasurers that we're working on, including we implemented enhancements this year for employee self-service and manager self-service, and we will have continued phase-in and phase-out rollouts of those two projects in 2016. We won the prestigious GFOA award, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting, and I'm pretty sure we will get it also for the budget award for that as well. That's in another division. And then we also implemented in the Treasury, in the revenue area, convenient new online tools where people can now go in and look at their property tax billing status, their utility bills, and the status of parking tickets online without either coming to a counter anymore or calling the city for that information. Next page, facilities. We're looking at a very significant reorganization in the facilities management area and bringing together the design and construction groups with the facilities operations to try to streamline and coordinate better service delivery and facilities management. We also rolled out a mobile work order solution for P&M work. That's preventative services and maintenance, which is important. Got a couple key projects in real estate that we're working on. The OMP Office Modernization Project, where we hope to drive 10 to 15% savings in our space costs, the amount of real estate, the amount of buildings that we consume. We also have the real estate review going on, led from Josie's office. We've got energy and environment. We continue with our energy conservation and demand management plan. We've rolled out the home energy loan program. We've got 88 agreements to date on that. On slide 12, we're also working on a fairly significant reorg and review of the facility of our fleet operations. We hired a specialized consultant this year, Mercury, to do that review, and we are in the process of implementing those improvements. And we're also making significant inroads on shared services when it comes to fleet services in terms of fuel provision with the TTC and Parking Authority, doing PM work and licensing renewal training for our paramedic services and our fire services. And I'm happy to report also Lloyd is driving safety first in our fleet, and we have one of the best CVOR ratings. That is our fleet safety ratings for a fleet of the size of the city of Toronto. I think when Lloyd first got here, our CVOR rating was in the 70s. In the 70s, a lower number is better. We've driven that down to 28 in 2.5 years. Very good. 311, we continue to roll out better service. We've now built a redundancy site at the North York Civic Center, so if anything happens at Metro Hall, we can flip a switch and provide continuity of service at the North York Civic Center. And we're working and we're implemented consolidating. We had a revenue call center for revenues. We've consolidated Tier 1 calls, which is the easy calls, into 311 to help streamline and provide actually better service, because as you know, our response times at the revenue call center is not nearly as good as our 311. And so I think Gary's doing excellent work there in driving improved service there. And you see in the bottom of page 12, we are meeting 82% of our time, our service standards, when the standard is 80%. So we're doing a good job there as well. Page 13 on IT, we have an insatiable appetite for IT resources and new applications to drive business service provision. We have a lot of old legacy systems. We've got some 850 business apps in the city, and so we're continuing to drive and work with our divisional partners to implement either improvements to existing services or existing systems or brand new systems, including enhancements to the web. So just, there's some stats. 1,300 change requests to 340 business applications, 32,000 service requests on those applications, 200,000 requests for IT support. It is a big, big organization that we support. Page 14. So some of the things now that we're working on 2016. We are bringing in the long-term financial plan that's being headed by Joe Farag's group. It is going to be an eyes wide open moment as we have with this budget, the whole entire 2016 budget process. So we'll be looking at, all our policies, like our debt limit policies, our surplus management policies, and then, some issues around how are we dealing with some of the structural issues that the city manager and I have outlined facing us over the next few years in our budget. Basically, that expenditures are growing in excess of revenues. Another big thing on our plate that's driven out of my office is our shared services. We did update report where we reported on things that we were doing, some improvements on fleet, some improvements on facilities, working together better on IT, and we will continue to drive our shared services opportunities and savings into 2016, and we'll be reporting back probably annually in around Q3 or Q4 of every year. We're working on trying to merge our pre-5 OMERS pension plans into OMERS. That will be a difficult task to do given some of the funding challenges in those pension plans. And then, of course, our mega projects, we will continue to be supporting them, and as was alluded in the city manager's presentation, we've got a lot of work to do on procurement and financial analysis for the Gardiner, for the Scarborough subway, for TYSSE, and so forth. Waterfront revitalization as well. We plan to bring forward our bylaw on the Portlands and how we're going to finance some of that infrastructure, and we will do that in Q2 of 2016. On the next page, on page 15, we've got some issues, no doubt about it. Challenges in rolling out our energy retrofit projects. Our state of good repair, we've got a backlog, and I'll talk a bit about that in capital and getting towards that. We're continuing with our fleet services transformation, and there's some challenges that we will have to deal with in that. We're going to continue with implementing our green fleet plan. We're doing some amazing work on fuel hedging, which is saving money. We're working together cooperatively with the TTC and the police. And here, we've locked up most of our supply now for 2016, and we're executing contracts now to hedge and take advantage of these low prices to hedge our supplies for both diesel and gasoline for 2017 now, to lock in savings. On the IT side, we spent a lot of work in 14 and 15 on coming up with a new IT governance model and project priority setting process. We started implementing that a bit in 2015. We've rolled out more of that in 2016, and we're trying to look at a more corporate view and a corporate approach on what IT projects should go forth first. Where's our biggest bang for the buck? And are we ensuring that we're doing this in a coordinated manner so that we no longer will have, hopefully, 5 work order management systems, 4 asset management systems? driving things like a new time and attendance and scheduler system, TAS, and we're piloting that in PF&R, and we're piloting that in solid waste management services, and then using that in other areas of the corporation. Okay, so the operating budget. Our gross budget, $481 million. The largest chunk is about 40%, or just under 195 million, 193 million actually, is facilities. The next biggest areas are IT at about $125 million, and the treasury function, accounting, revenues, payroll, and purchasing. God, I always forget purchasing. About $78 million. About 39% of our budget is funded from property taxes. The balance, because internal services provides a lot of services to other areas, other divisions, and the rate budget as well, we recover about 31% of our costs from the clients that we service with throughout the corporation. And because we're also providing capital projects, we recover about $53 million from capital. And then, as I said, if you flip the page on 18, the balance, $186 million, is recovered from the tax levy, and you see the various services, how much of that are funding the property taxes. So, on slide 19, where are we on the operating budget? I'm very happy to report that all divisions except one have met the -1 guidelines set forth by the mayor and the budget chair, and that was received by budget committee. The only area, and in fact, and if you see on that chart, the Office of the Treasurer, 311, we've actually driven savings in excess of the 1% target. We are still growing IT, and the only area then that hasn't met the target, and for very valid reasons, is IT. It's increasing by about $1 million, 1.4%, and that is exclusively driven by the operating impacts of new systems and capital projects that we are implementing to support other businesses. Because when we're growing IT and adding new applications, they don't run themselves. So overall, the whole cluster, even with that, we're at -0.5%. And as I said, most divisions, all the divisions with the exception of one, in excess of -1%. It wasn't easy. We did start with over $3 million of budget pressures. A lot of that, as you see, almost 16 positions, 1.3 million were the operating impacts of capital. We've gotten that down to under $1 million. And then, you know, our salary adjustments as people move through the grid, and other base changes. We have looked at increasing our revenues, almost $500,000 for leases, moving to full cost recovery on 311 for the services we provide to the waste management budget, and so forth. So about $1.5 million in revenue changes to offset $4.6 million in spending pressures. So in terms of slide 21, how did we achieve our 1% budget reduction? Well, we did about $400,000, $380,000 in line-by-line reviews, and about $3.1 million on a net basis in service efficiencies, and about $600,000 in revenues. Those service efficiencies were largely done in facilities, about $1.3 million, IT, $950,000, and the Treasurer's Office, $630,000. And the details of this are on slide the details on the pressures, the slide before, are on slides 41 and 42 in the appendices. The savings measures that we implemented, the details on slide 21, they are located on slide 43 of the appendices. There is two requests for new in-service enhancements, and one is for a request for an additional position in FPD and financial planning to work with the planning division to work out on better reporting and transparency and accountability for Section 37. It would be funded from, as we heard during the Cluster B presentation, from unallocated interest income in Section 37 funds. There is also one service enhancement that we've put into the budget, and it's really has to do with shared services. So we will provide field dispensing services for the TPA and then recover those costs from the TPA, the Toronto Parking, and that has a small net benefit of $24,000. There are two items that have not, for new and service requests that have not been included in the budget, and they are some requests. One, and we talked about when during the Cluster A presentation, it's related to social procurement. There is one FTE, which is being proposed to be paid jointly, half in PMMD and half in Chris Billinger's group, SDFA. So that's not included in the budget. That's a request before Budget Committee. And then also, there was a request for additional vehicles in service from PFNR. While it would be at no cost to the fleet budget, those costs would be fully recovered from PFNR, and PFNR has not been able to accommodate them in their budget. So they are standing right now outside of the preliminary budget. So in terms of the forecast, slide 24, the details of the pressures that we're facing for 17 and 18, the details are on slide 44 and through 46 in the appendices, but we're looking at, some $6.9 million of pressures in 2017 and almost $4.9 million of pressures in 2018. So they represent an increase of 3.7% and 2.5% respectively over the next 2 years. So our job is not going to get any easier. So that's the operating side of the house.
Mr. Rossini, we're now at 12:30, so it's probably a good opportunity to take a break, and we will do the capital when we get back.
Okay.
And after that, we'll ask questions, so.
Thank you.
Okay, we're breaking for lunch. Thank you.
Two-thirds done. Almost done.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, we're back. Back to budget. Mr. Rossini, you have done a stellar job at presenting the operating budget for your cluster, and we're anticipating a wonderful capital presentation. So I will leave it to you to tantalize us on capital.
Feel the goosebumps already. So we also build things in Cluster C, internal services. So we have three big areas, really, of big capital budgets. It's our facilities. We own 460 different facilities, 11.5 million square feet, worth $4.4 billion. We own about 5,200 vehicles, worth, you see the number there, 341. We've got fuel sites. We've got a huge infrastructure network that goes to support a $14 billion, 33,000 person organization. But it's the complexity of everything, and I put this last stat there, 850 enterprise and business-specific systems and solutions. Oh my God, what kind of, I heard a talk once that a municipality is probably, you couldn't design a more complex organization if you wanted to in a municipality. And us, being the size we are, the scale and the scope, with the complexity, it's not an easy job. So what are some of those capital issues? Well, that one I just told you, the size and scale and complexity. So we've got some big challenging projects. Union Station, the big dig down, huge, hugely complex in what is probably the most congested area of the country. And when we dig down, we keep finding new things. Like in St. Lawrence Market North, there's a report that we just did. You saw it. We're going to be delayed probably about a year because there was the foundations of the old City Hall and the old market beneath it. But the one thing, and I've said it before and I'll say it now with my DCM hat on, is we are not investing enough.
Really?
In our buildings. We should be probably reinvesting 2 to 4%. That's a BOMA benchmark for capital reinvestment in buildings. We're doing about 1%. And you can, in the look and the feel of the buildings, you can feel it. They're starting to get tired, and we need to do more. A couple slides from now, you'll see we've got about $200 million of AODA requirements that we need to do. We've been able to fit in $6 million. So these are huge things. If there are things that keep me up at night, is not being able to meet those kinds of legislated timelines that are looming out there, because we need more money for that. And then the IT stuff. Talked about it before, large number of business transformations. We brought in PwC, they took an assessment of our governance, and that's how we brought in our new project priority system. They were stunned by the amount of transformational projects we have on the go in IT, and we're questioning the capacity of any organization from a communication and a change management perspective to be able to sustain that level of business transformation in our systems. But we're trying to do it because the demand for new business applications to transform business processes and become more efficient is there. It was there the last 5, 6, 7 years. It's going to be there the next 5, 6, 7 years as we try to continually improve service delivery. We are in an environment of continuous improvement. Okay, so what are some of our priority actions moving for 2016? Is one, addressing the capital backlog. We're going to continue with our major projects, Union Station and St. Lawrence Market North. Glad to report that we are done on Nathan Phillips Square and basically done on Old City Hall. We had 4 big major mega projects and facilities. 2 are done, and you will never hear me come back and ask for money for those 2 again. We've got Union and St. Market Line. They're done. I'm closing them. Okay. You know, we need to modernize many of our older legacy systems that we have in the city. So that it means we're going to rely a lot on technology for business improvements. We've got a customer service strategy that will be coming forward from Josie's group and Juliana's area that we'll be bringing forth in Q2 of 2016 on how are we going to try to put greater emphasis on self-service and digital, notice I didn't say online, digital service delivery, whether it be by phone, by online, or by apps. And we need to do that because we cannot keep delivering service the way we're doing it because the cost becomes prohibitive. On the energy side as well, we're making those investments. We're struggling right now in terms of getting the uptake on finding partners to be able to partner with to do the energy retrofits, but we have to commit for that. And the last bullet point, as I said, we have $6 million to start on our AODA compliance building retrofits, but we need $198 million. Okay, what's in the capital plan? It's about $2.1 billion for the cluster over 10 years. Surprise, surprise, over half of that, $1.1 billion is in facilities. Fleet, about $500 million of fleet acquisitions and renewals. We've done some things just in the last couple years to get a bit more mileage and try to make some of our fleet reserves, particularly in fire and solid waste, a little bit more sustainable, but we've got a ways to go, and we're reporting those out to General Management Committee. And then the other one, $400 million of IT projects, but also under financial services, that's $66 million there. That's basically IT projects as well, but in the financial area. About half of it is funded from, that's the red spot, is either property taxes or debt, which is in turn paid by property taxes. And then we have some reserves primarily in the fleet where we try to make those self-sustaining. In the energy area, you see about $227 million of recoverable debt. Most of that is in the energy and environment area. And a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver there of provincial and federal assistance. Okay, so in terms of the $2.1 billion, about two-thirds of it, 67%, is SOGR. Fixing what we have, and that's the red that you see in the bars in front of you. The gray areas there in the early years, they are basically Union Station, St. Lawrence Market, and some IT investments that are very front-end loaded in the 10-year forecast. That's basically where and the types of projects that we're undertaking. Slide 32, I won't go through all of them. In facilities and real estate, over $500 million in SOGR, structural repairs, renovations, re-roofing, HVAC systems, electrical systems, over $500 million of investments there. We've got $189 million to go on Union Station of that $800 million project. The budget for St. Lawrence Market North, we haven't added any money in 2016 because we've got some carryover funds from 14 and 15, and because now we're with the stage 4 archaeological work that has to be done, we didn't add any money for 16. We'll go on the previous approvals, and you see some of the other projects that we have on the go. On fleet services, as I mentioned, almost $500 million, $480 million of vehicle replacements. We're going to continue with our fleet management and fuel system integration. That was a pilot that we ran for a couple years. It's been wildly successful, and it was something we were working on anyway, but it was also recommended in the Auditor General's report. It improves the security of the fuel, but also gives us way better metrics in terms of who's using what, vehicle utilization, capturing kilometers and hours of operation. So this is a very good project. We'll continue to roll that out. The other important thing that Lloyd is doing, that we've been doing for the last several years now, is closing fuel sites and consolidating them and upgrading them into super fuel sites. So it means that we have deliveries in less places and we can provide better service out of the upgraded sites because we can automate them. That's an important service improvement. 311, the system doesn't run itself. Even systems need repairs and upgrades, about $19 million worth of that. And then we've put in some money for service integration, for continuing to improve and add more services into 311. And this year, $3.1 million. And the focus there will be MLS and Toronto Building Services. Last year, we worked on revenue services. A number of transformational business process types of IT projects related in the financial services area. We've got the final phase of the FPARS project, which is really going to be looking at our service planning and our multi-year budgeting and putting in a system organizational-wide to do service planning, setting out your outputs, setting out your outcomes, getting resource requirements from that, setting priorities and driving budgets from a priority setting lens, from a service lens. We've got our new supply chain management, which is basically how we want to modernize procurement and purchasing. It's got $6 million for that. We've got to do our tax billing and our water and sewer and waste management utility billing systems. They're quite old. They're going to need refreshing. CATS, $4.5 million. CATS is the payroll engine in SAP. It's the original still that we have from 1998. It needs to be upgraded, and with that comes the opportunity to look at our business processes and try to streamline those. We've got some big cross-divisional projects in the IT side, asset life management. Asset management's being done in Toronto Water, waste management, facilities, basically everywhere across the organization. So we want to look at systems to rationalize that area. Work order management systems. We've got we've got the first phase going in for transportation. And then we're trying to drive people going to online service provision for employee self-service, HR services, and manager self-service. So there's $1.5 million and $8 million for that. And the $8.1 million is for what's called Cronus, our new time and attendance and scheduling system. That's our TAS project. We're rolling it out to 2 divisions, and then as we get that working right, we'll roll it out to other divisions. State of good repair, it's going to get better in the first few years, but not appreciably across the 10-year forecast. Really, 12 to 13% backlog, it's too high. We really should get it down to our target area of somewhere between 4 and 6%. Our debt target, we did manage to squeeze a bit more money, $66 million into the 10-year program for the cluster, basically $55 million of that in facilities, and then a small amount for IT and financial services. 37, so what's not getting done? We're hearing a lot about what's not getting done. The part that worries me is AODA compliance. This is just for our corporate facilities. There's another part of that in divisional purpose buildings, like libraries, like arenas, like community centers, our swimming pools. Our deadline for that is what, 2025. We got to make it fit. It's some way, shape, or form, and we'll need more money to do that. And you see some of the capital projects, mostly in the technology side also, that we weren't able to fit. And then the office modernization, the reason why we didn't put the rest of the money in is we're running council-approved funding for 3 pilots. We just recently implemented one of them, the 15th floor on Metro Hall. That's where IT is. And this is the kinds of investments we need to drive. We had 68 workstations on the 15th floor of Metro Hall, redesigned it, invested some money, put in new furniture, redesigned the space. We now have 144 office spaces in the same footprint of the 15th floor of Metro Hall, and we will have to do more of that to reduce our footprint of facilities. And what we want to do, if we are allowed to do that, if it works, we think we could drive 10 to 15% savings in our facilities costs. But that's a huge one. 15th floor IT, Rob Meikle's group put up their hand, and they wanted to be a guinea pig because basically we were adding staff for projects. We didn't have room for them. So the office modernization program, I could use what the nickname for the project is, but then Julie would have to hurt me, or Josie would hurt me if I did. And, oh, that's it. No? Oh, sorry. So on the counter strategy, yes, actually we had a meeting yesterday on that. So we want to bring the counter strategy in front of council. We're thinking April, May-ish of this year. So that's why we've left it out. We need that strategy approved, and then once we have your blessing, then we'll need some money to do it. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rossini. We are now going to take questions on the presentation. Again, as I said before during the week, on the presentation, pretty much the deck here. Any other questions with regard to any specific division? If you could leave that until, because we're going to go through all the divisions itself. So this is really on the overall presentation about the cluster questions. So I will start with committee members. Okay, so Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to find the page where we had that list. Page 34. There are 11 budget items in the millions with respect to implementation of new software and technology systems.
Yes.
Who's made those decisions? Has any of this gone through council, or has there been an overarching strategy approved from the corporation that says this? There's no doubt that we've underinvested in technology. We know that. We've come to terms with that. But is there a plan, and has council approved it, or has a consultant approved it, that this is the direction we need to go? There's 850 pieces of software for 44 divisions. It should not be that complex. I could almost guarantee a NASA doesn't have 850 different pieces of software. So can you just kind of go over how we got to this direction that we're taking?
So 850 pieces of software is really, there's a lot of hangover there from post-amalgamation. We have 5 work order management systems. I think we have 4 asset management systems. And yeah, it should not be 850. Totally agree, and we're trying to work through that to try to rationalize. What's our plan? What's the strategy? We have an e-city strategy that was adopted. That was 2012? When did e-city came in? Anyway, it was a previously approved e-city strategy. There are, and Rob can describe it much better than I can, we have program areas that we want to address under e-city. One is online service delivery. One is empowering citizens. One is investing in training. So there's these.
Who developed e-city?
So did e-city, do you want to explain how e-city was developed then, Rob?
Through the chair, the e-city strategy was developed with senior leaders within the organization, and I believe there was some consultation with some members of council. And what we've done, just for a little additional context, is that rather than resetting the entire plan in 2013, we took a look at that e-city strategy, and the overarching goals and objectives were still the same. What we did to add some further clarity was develop 12 programs with senior leaders associated with that, so we make sure the underpinning projects are aligned to driving the outcomes associated with those programs. So we've somewhat refreshed it, and that program, that overall e-city program and IT strategy update was brought to exec committee in August of 2014, and we've been working towards driving those outcomes since that time. And so the idea is that it's a framework that is agile and responsive so that it can align to the various, not only mandates of members of council, but any of the other strategic plans and strategies that exist within the organization.
So if I were to ask for a briefing note that outlined what this page of investments is going to be able to achieve for us in terms of being able to measure and quantify the performance of our spend rates, you know, how many pieces of software this is going to get rid of, how much more efficient our employees are going to be because of these investments, how we're going to be able to measure, you know, how we spend in the city. Would it be possible to create a briefing note? Like, obviously, there is a plan behind all these systems.
Through the chair, Councillor, this represents a portion of that plan. Just for clarity's sake, I don't want to make sure you've got full context. Some of the funding resides within the Information Technology Division, and some of the funding resides in the various operating divisions. It's the total picture that you're after. So the total picture, we definitely have that full plan. Funding aside, whether it resides in corporate IT or in the divisions, there's various investments that were designed to achieve exactly what you're talking about. How can we do a better job of measuring performance, driving efficiencies, driving transformation, maybe changing the way that we do things? The overall portfolio investment would answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 32, you've referenced a number of large capital projects. Union Station revitalization, one of them. Last media reports were that we're about $160 million over budget, with the two other levels of government refusing to help contribute to the shortfall. What is the plan going forward to fund the cost overruns and get the job done?
So through you, Mr. Budget Chair, the revised budget is now fully funded. So that was addressed in the reports that we brought forward in 2013 and 2014. So this $800 million, we got our no's from the province, we got our no's from the federal government. So we did put in a financing plan. We increased funding from the reserve by about $23 million, increased funding of recoverable debt by about $60 million, if I recall. We had some extra DCs, some Section 37s that were in there, but this $800 million now is fully funded. The second phase of the Northwest Path extension, that is another $50 million, and that really is a project unto itself. It's outside of the actual boundaries of Union Station, and that's been programmed at the back end of the 10-year forecast starting in 2021. So that is sitting outside.
Okay. 2021 is the completion.
Union Stations our completion date is still December of 2017. The Northwest Path extension, we built the new Northwest Path from Union Station to the northwest corner across the street on Front Street, and up York, that's right. And then there was a plan then to take it from there up to Wellington, and that part, some $50 or $60 million, is sitting starting in 2021 in the capital forecast.
Oh, I see, okay. When it comes to our real estate assets, have staff done modeling, and I know we explored it with Metro Hall, on sale and leasebacks, and whether the financial modeling of that makes sense for a municipality to explore that more vigorously?
Yes, so I believe there has been 2 previous studies of Metro Hall. Both of them concluded that it was more cost effective to keep Metro Hall. The problem that we have with Metro Hall, we've got some 3,000 people in there. If you sell it...
Oh, but no one's suggesting we sell it and empty it. The model is a sell and lease back.
Yes.
So I just don't want that misunderstood.
No, I understand that. And that was the actual models that were looked at. I believe was corporate finance involved in that. And when you sell something, you lease it back. The people that you sell it to and lease it back, they want to earn a return out of it. And both times when that analysis was done, it showed that it was more expensive on Metro Hall. We are looking at some other properties. We are doing a complete real estate review. That is the most important thing that we are doing right now on the real estate review side, is to look at how do we manage properties, how do we identify properties, and which properties possibly can be identified as surplus, and do some of the things like you're talking about.
Well, normally when you do a sale and leaseback, you're looking for a large infusion of cash and also offloading your operating costs.
You still pay those operating costs. No one's going to pay your operating costs
You're
for
no
free.
longer a building owner.
But you, as I said, I often use this analogy. Do you own your own house? Most people try to own their own house because in the long run, it is cheaper to own rather than rent. And that model isn't appreciably different for a municipality. Because, one thing, we're not paying property taxes. We're not paying income taxes. It's a little different when a corporate business does that than it is when a municipality doesn't pay income taxes. So on the times that we've looked at it, and I'm not averse to looking at anything, but the times that we have looked at it, all I'm saying is the analysis showed that it was better off to own in the long run over the total cost of ownership than to lease.
Right. Even when it came to using the cash infusion to reduce borrowing, to reduce city debt, you worked that into the matrix as well.
Yeah, so that's a great thing. One of the things that we'll have to do, and when we're looking at our capital budget, we're going to need more money. And we're not going to be able to tax our way out of this. We're not going to be able to borrow a way out of this. So one of the things we will need to look at is asset rationalization. What assets can we monetize? And we've done a number of those to date. We've done N-Wave. We've done lights. We've done a number of these to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars, and we'll continue to look at asset monetization where we can get money and then use it to invest in something else. No, I don't have direction on hydro.
I could probably squeeze in one more question with the budget chief not watching.
Sorry about that.
I'll let it go, though.
It's okay. Do whatever you want when I'm not listening, I guess.
Spend some money, too.
Yeah, you could. Okay, thank you. Who's next? Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, yeah. On the sort of cluster-wide basis, your concern about state of good repairs, mostly the things that we manage through FNRE, but is it really corporate-wide, the issue of not being an industry standard for state of good repair? The backlog keeps coming back in peaks because we're at 1% of the value instead of 2 to 4.
Yes, I think yes, you've hit the head on the nail.
So that's kind of a surprising statement, if you don't mind, with all due respect, because when we're talking about the other divisions, your concern is the operating impact of capital. So we could catch up state of good repair, but as soon as the building's in great repair, if you get into some divisions, we start thinking up programs to put in them. So there's that constant need. But the other thing to note is if it's actually changing the standard, if we just straight up want to change the standard, a one-time infusion of cash is not going to solve that particular problem, is it? I know you haven't received direction on it, but as an example, were we to sell an asset or monetize an asset like hydro, that doesn't change an ongoing standard that we want to meet annually for state of good repair. Would I be right?
That's correct. So asset monetization to do something, like for example, what the province has just done with Hydro One, the plan to sell up to 60%, take that money and use it to invest in one-time capital transit projects. That's where asset monetization helps you. It generates one-time revenues that you can apply to specific projects. Asset monetization doesn't work where you have an ongoing program, either operating or capital maintenance that has to be constantly reinvested every year. So you're correct.
Right. So my question then is, we heard the choice of words from the city manager. I'm just wondering if we're all on the same page in including yourself with your division, apart from CFO, your division. If we were to sell an asset, we solve an immediate problem. What the city manager talked about is that we need entirely a new funding model. So an asset's not really changing the model. It just it plugs a hole in. What we need is a new model for how we fund it, a new look at what the debt ceiling should be on a regular basis, a new look at what the regular sources of revenue should be, how diversified they should be. But when we're talking about model, we're talking about something that we could rely on coming in a regular basis.
Sure.
That piece solves this problem on 27.
Through you, Mr. Budget Chair, I would absolutely agree with that. Where I'm getting at with asset rationalization and selling things is we don't need something. That's the asset that you want to sell, because then you save the ongoing requirements and maintenance cost of maintaining an asset. So underutilized assets, can we sell and consolidate so that we have a smaller building footprint to maintain? And
But that
whatever
could be,
category of
and
asset.
that could be tackled in a formulaic, in a model approach, because the model would be how often do you review that, and it would have to be backed up by a policy of how much real estate asset do you want to continue to hang on to, particularly in a built-out city. You want to maintain some of that.
Whether it be vacant land or whether it be buildings.
So in terms of the city manager's presentation, you'd welcome us looking at that, but looking at it in a formulaic approach.
Yeah, and I think the real estate review is trying to get at some of that.
Okay. Then the other thing is, there's in priority actions, I assume this is general, it refers to all the assets we manage in F&RE, but probably across the board, if you were, when you put on your CFO hat, looking at the capital programs of others, priority action would be improving energy efficiency and reducing environmental footprint. So that's city assets. But I'm wondering if if you apply the same question when each of the divisions are coming in from the other clusters, when they're presenting capital, and how would things change if we get what we heard yesterday from some of the MPs that were circling the second floor, is that one of the biggest changes that they might want to make to the Building Canada Fund itself, but also future funding, is if we're going to get infrastructure cash, they're now going to put green strings attached. Don't just ask for an infrastructure project. It's got to have some component of GHG reduction or energy efficiency or energy renewal components. Where are we at with that? Have we been asking that of all capital projects, that it's there? Or if that condition was suddenly there for any federal partnership funding, would we have a lot of capital projects that you have to go back and rewrite to make them compliant?
Last question.
So I'll answer that question in two parts. The requirement to look at the green aspect of a certain program, that is actually not new. So we are required to do that, for example, on the federal gas tax. We're required to do that. When we look at new capital projects, we look at what is the operating cost of running that facility after. And the whole part of, say, for example, in Jim Baxter's area of energy and environment, we're looking at driving capital investments to reduce the costs of whether it be water, electricity, natural gas. So we do that to some extent already. Can we do more of it? Sure, we should probably do more of it.
Thank you. Any other committee members with questions? Oh, Councillor Campbell, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Referring to slide 8, vacancy analysis. 95 operating positions are required to remain vacant to meet gapping obligations. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit? Are these positions of any consequence that we can
Again, the whole rationale, through you, Mr. Chair, of gapping is in a large organization, you'll likely never have every position filled.
Right.
What we do is, so we say, here's your salary budget. I'm going to take it down a smidgen, 3.8% to be exact, and to reflect the fact that you will never be at full employment. Some of the small divisions, to be able to meet their gapping target because they're not getting turnover, and I do have some small divisions, they will permanently keep something vacant. This fellow beside me, Bruce Shintani, our Director of Finance and Admin, his division's only 14 people. A division like that has a lot of problems hitting a gapping target. So in some areas where you don't get historically a lot of turnover, you have to keep something permanently vacant. In areas that are bigger, like in IT, like in facilities, where there's more of a constant churn or turnover, we don't assign specific positions. So it's a combination of both kind of tactics to try to meet our vacancy targets. So it is the equivalent of some 95 positions across the cluster.
So, okay, moving over to environment and energy. That's on, you referred to their key accomplishments in 2015, and they appear to me to be modest. This is a division with an expenditure of almost $44 million. Of what value is this division to the city?
So I think we drive...
And of what value is it to the city? And is it not possible that some of the activities that they do are replicated by the province or the federal government?
So I think the value that we drive from energy and environment, I think first and foremost is identifying those opportunities where we can do building improvements that save money. So, and we fund those through recoverable debt. So we look at maybe replacing lighting, plumbing, HVAC systems. We do business cases on those to see what the rate of return is, what the, in terms of how many years. We use then those savings to pay back the debt, and then after when that debt's retired, those savings accrue to the budget. And we've been very successful. In fact, now we are really going into our second wave and second generation of some of these building improvements as we've gone from incandescent lighting to CFLs to LEDs. That's just an example. So I think it is important to commit to a program of constant energy efficiencies.
Why is
it
this
also
not
has another mandate, which is to help community partners help become more energy efficient. And we do that through like the HELP program, which is the loan programs for residences, and Tower Renewal. We work with them as well.
Why is this department not rolled into Toronto Building, or why is Toronto Building not performing the same this energy, seeking out?
Toronto Building does, plans and reviews building drawings and plans to the building code. Jim Baxter's group, our energy group and environment group, we look at our own buildings and say, okay, what do we need to do to reduce our cost of utilities, basically, for our own buildings? So it's a totally different mandate.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Outside councillors, I have Councillor Mihevc, sorry. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the page 35 when you have the backlog of repair backlog. And one of the things that you didn't do was identify how you think we should as a city address that, or you kind of hinted at it. But let me say, before you answer, every time you present, and I love the way you present numbers in that, there's a narrative. You have a certain narrative that you're kind of saying, folks, get your heads around this issue. And I see the narrative as saying, folks, if you want to even stay at this level of being a city, you are behind. You are behind. And you got to figure this out. I have put out in the public some strategies to do that. The chair has said that this is not the time to do it. I'm wondering, one, can you confirm that narrative? And two, when is that conversation going to happen? I don't need it, and maybe, Mr. Chair, this is a question equal to you as well. I don't need it to happen. I don't think we need it to happen as part of this budget process. I think we do need to have that conversation in 2016. So I'm just wondering, how are we scheduling that so that we can have a full conversation on the size of the backlog for you, for public transit, Toronto Community Housing, so that we quantify it and say, okay, folks, this is how much money we need. Is it that $23 billion number? This is some strategies to achieve it. Is the budget time the time for that conversation, or is it a separate moment?
Through you, Mr. Budget Chair, I think that the time is always now. We have started that conversation with an eyes wide open moment with this 2016 budget that has a different lens, a different story. We didn't bring a recommended budget. We had a hole, we couldn't fill it all under the guidelines that were given us. So we are starting with this budget, the conversation of how do we wrap our heads around what businesses do we want to be, how well do we want to do them, what are the resources required to maintain the businesses and the services and the programs that we want to stay in. And to relate it then to this particular slide, slide 35, the narrative, the story I'd like to say about our own buildings is we've got a lot of buildings. We have a lot of land. We can't keep them all. Which are the ones that are key to us that we need to keep and maintain? Because when we showed you that slide on the $22.3 billion, you cannot borrow your way out of that. You cannot tax your way out of that. It's so big. So we have to look at, and this is what the new city manager was saying, and I totally agree with him, what are the services? What are the businesses? How well do you want to do them? What's the expenditure plan that we want to do? Do we want to keep all these buildings, all this land? Let's prioritize. The ones that we don't, you need a plan to either sell them, repurpose them, do something, and the ones that we maintain, we now then know, okay, what is it going to take to keep them in a good state of repair, and then what are the revenues required to maintain them? And I think the discussion is, we're starting that right now. I think it'll come absolutely critical in 2016 as we move closer to the 17 budget, and will absolutely come to a head when we bring forward in Q1 the long-term fiscal plan, where we're going to shine even a bigger light on, what's the medium and long, what's the 5 or 10 year outlook that we're facing. But I think, the time is now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Could you answer the same question?
Well, very quickly, I agree with what the CFO has said. We have begun the discussion, and the mayor, and I'm not speaking on behalf of him, but he's already indicated when he talked about this 0.5 of this city building fund. So he's beginning that narrative and that discussion. And you're right, we have a large ship. And it sort of goes like this, and if we want to move it, we have to start moving it. So we're not going to move it like this, but we're slowly starting to move that. So I think the indication, if anything, from the mayor and from, I wouldn't say the tone of this budget, but, we have to have conversations. I've been very open publicly saying that, we have to continue to have conversations, but it's like this kind of, the mayor has indicated that, as I said, through that 0.5. More work is coming with that long term. The city manager has shone a light so far, so I think there's a realization that there is a light on, and we're working our way through that process. So at this point, that's probably the best way I can answer your question. And I'll go to Councillor Davis on that.
Okay, so on the capital, the big pressure on the AODA, we must be doing work now. I mean, this is 8 years from now, or 9, I guess it's 9 years. When will we get our first report on the plan?
Through the chair, we actually are working on it, and as you know, we actually presented at the Disability Committee too, just last year, just of what we were attempting to do. So the plan actually is being built as we speak, so we're working through it right now. We're working with USMA also, because she obviously is...
I just want to know, when are we going to get the plan?
I would say by Q3, because what we have to do is we also have to be able to come back to the budget and actually put it in above the line.
I understand. I want to understand that somebody's doing some work to really identify what our capital costs are going to be to meet the AOD requirements, and there will be a multi-year plan brought forward.
And I'm referring to this budget in particular, our budget in particular that you're asking about, okay?
Right. Okay. In this budget, many divisions, there are increased interdivisional charges, and it sounds like people have been spending an incredible amount of time refining and pushing back and forth between divisions on interdivisional charges. And in the entire time I've been here, there's been nothing but griping and complaining about the interdivisional charge system. And at one point, I asked Shirley Hoy, can you please quantify for me the cost of time and dollars that go into interdivisional charge calculations and administration?
That's a good question. And I've had that question posed to me everywhere I've worked. So I don't have that answer in front of me of how much time. I think IDRs, IDCs, interdepartmental recoveries and charges, are required in areas where you have cost-shared programs, self-sustaining programs.
I don't want to know the rationale for it.
Tax. So, yes. So you've got to do them in key areas. It doesn't come for free. It does take work. We're trying to make it as painless as we can.
Have we reviewed I don't want to give the interdivisional system more staff time and resources than it already has, but have we looked at what things could possibly be cut from or ways that this could be quantified? Because I suspect that we spend 10% of all our time or more in the administration of, I plucked that out of the air. I don't know. Please tell me. There's got to be something.
I can't give you a number. I don't know. I know Josie's having a chat there. There has been a history to IDRs and IDCs. The question is, when was the last time we looked at it and reviewed it?
A long time ago. So could you do a briefing note on IDRs?
Sure, we could.
Okay.
There is a policy around there. One area that we are wanting to examine very closely is in facilities, real estate, because...
Okay, because 31% of their budget comes from, or 31% of your revenue comes from IDRs, and I suspect it's all these guys.
But we are
Charging
revisiting
out.
it. No, but we are actually revisiting it because we do agree that there's an opportunity here.
Okay.
One thing I would say,
I've got other things to ask about, and I've only got a minute and a half. This question about contracted out and consulting services and the cost of inflation associated with them. I know I asked that the other day. Is there a way to get a briefing note on that?
Again, if the level of detail, through you, Mr. Budget Chair.
Any kind of information that
We can certainly, and we do provide.
the overall cost of inflation for contracted services.
We can absolutely, on a cost category, get you what the total amount of the cost for 15 and 16 were for consulting and for contracts. If you're looking at what are the ones for individual contracts, that is a lot of legwork and manual work because each contract is different. But we can get it to you at a high level.
Okay. And the counter service is coming. You said in the which quarter?
The second quarter.
Second quarter. And at some point, I wouldn't mind hearing about why the social procurement piece is an enhancement when council approved that.
It is, through you, Mr. Budget Chair, it's part of that $5.6 million, $5.7 million of anti-poverty reduction measures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other outside councillors, we're going to begin going through division by division. I want to let committee and outside councillors know it's now 2:30. We have 1 hour to do all of these divisions. So I would request, when you're looking at the kind of questions you may want to ask, that if you're going to ask a lot of questions on some, when we hit 3:30, we're done. And I ask you to be very disciplined in your questions, and if you don't need to ask questions, don't ask questions, because I would like to get through all of these. So we're going to begin with 311. Are there questions of committee members on 311? Councillor Carroll.
Oh, we're staying there. Okay, yes, I'm just looking at the service change that is proposed here, but it assures me there will be no impact on service, even though we're recommending an efficiency change here, one position. Are we still in the throes of a continuous improvement plan such that we're quickening response times continuously?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay, so you're, well, if we take out that there are some system improvements and capital to do, you're on a base basis, you are actually basically managing a target. But where are the response times at now? Are we basically at service levels, and are they the service levels we set last year? Because folks were concerned about the service levels.
Through the chair, actually, we're actually exceeding the service level at 82% for the year. So we're exceeding it. The actual target is 80%. In terms of the answering, the delay, it's around 39 seconds per call. So we're actually exceeding that target as well. The only reason we're not looking at making an adjustment on that particular SLA is because we've taken on a few more integrations that have a longer standard waiting time. So we want to make sure we do the appropriate analysis to make sure before we recommend adjusting that particular SLA.
Yes, and that was where I was going next, Mr. Chair. The integration is the one we've been looking at. For MLS, is it they are really sort of cross-divisionally. They are enforcing everything from pet waste in a park to property standards, the hoarding initiative and such. So in terms of doing the integration in this year, is that being done sort of by function by function by function, or is it a matter of training the operators to be generalists about what they do in the same sense that the enforcement officers have to be?
Through the chair, function by function, but we are looking at other service strategies to make sure that once that call comes through, that skill set is there to answer that particular call.
Okay. So for the sake of constituency feedback, because when there, as you well know, if there's a frustration, your next call is to your counselor. So as we start the integration, this is one where we do the most interaction as well, dealing with what should be bylaw enforcement in people's day-to-day lives. So will we be kept abreast? Is the project of that integration, you've got a cost for it in here, does that include an engagement with the counselor's office's piece, such that as you bring a function on stream, we know about it, so that when they phone us, we can say, no, that ticket means something. They have the ability now to make sure that that gets dispatched and resolved. Or this is X function, they're not really doing that yet. Will we have that level of understanding as you do the whole integration project?
Through the chair, that is part of the process.
Okay, and it's funded in this project?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's my piece. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
So you provide 24-hour service, which is very commendable. And how much would be realized in savings if you provided service from, say, 7 to midnight? If, for example, you shut down in the evening. And while I ask that question, I'll also ask you, what kind of call volume are you taking in the middle of the night? And who's calling in the middle of the night?
Me? That's what I call it.
Well, can't they wait till 7 o'clock?
Through the chair, actually, if you look at the trends and what have you, and they always change based upon seasonality and things of that nature. Right now, there's a great influx of calls between 3 and 5 o'clock, and up to
3 a.m. This is 3 a.m.
3 in the afternoon till 5 p.m., and then after 6 till about 9 o'clock. There's a large influx there, so a lot of residents that are coming back from work and what have you are following up. Not to mention, we're actually taking on another revenue stream, or another service, which is from revenue services. And when you look at that particular volume, a lot of the activity happens after hours and early in the morning as well. And to your question regarding what happens during after hours, one of the reasons we're looking at that service, it's not just our residents, but it's also internal servicing within our own our employees. So we've taken on after-hours services from an IT perspective. So instead of someone waiting, if you have an IT challenge, and usually after 5 o'clock, you had to wait for the next business day to get that issue resolved. Now you have that resolved 24/7 through our particular contact center as well.
So let me phrase the question a little more directly. Do you have an understanding of what the savings might be if you operated from, from basically 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night, and you were shut down during those evening hours from 11 to 7 in the morning?
Through the chair, we haven't done that analysis. That's not something that was in our business plan per se, but if that's something that you're looking to get through, we can actually put that together.
Do you think, how many employees do you employ during those hours, do you know?
A skeleton staff. We would try to make it as basic as we can, but at the same time, and once again, there are other things that we have, such as, we talked about it within the media as well, there's a strong increase in residents calling in for other support things such as suicide calls and things of that nature. And those calls tend to happen after hours.
They're calling 311.
They're calling 311 instead of 911 and things of that nature because of privacy concerns. So because of that influx of those calls, from a social perspective, we're providing that value add in terms of servicing. So there's some risk in terms of not providing or being available to provide those services and connect those other social services for our residents, because there's been an increasing trend from a month-to-month perspective in 2015, and I see it increasing in 2016. That's why we've actually spent about $35,000 in training just around the suicide management, because it is a major issue.
Okay, good. Thanks for the answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. The CFO's presentation had a 3% reduction in 311's budget. Can you account for that and where the savings are being?
Absolutely. There are several areas where through the chair, there are several areas that the savings are accumulated from. One is the transfer of staff from IT, from the sustainment team from 301 to IT. One of the other challenges from the counter perspective, we moved some monies from 311 to the counter. The other thing we looked at is a reduction from the challenge that we also had was the staffing reduction. So we also moved from an FTE perspective as well. So we already hit the 1%.
So can you elaborate on that, the FTE change?
The FTE is through the reorg and delineation of a particular position. And the reason was that is we were top heavy, and I want to make sure that we're responsible in terms of we're managing our staff. So it wasn't an original vacant position that we didn't necessarily fill. And what we focused on was creating a new position that's net new to the city, in which we focused on quality and performance. And we felt that from a business perspective, that was lacking in the past. So if we're looking at integrity of data and looking at using data to be responsible making our decision making, we want to make sure we had a greater focus on that. So instead of looking at operations where we're top heavy, we wanted to make sure that the quality of the data driving efficiencies that way.
So I'm looking at your 311 service delivery chart on page 14 of the analyst notes. We exceeded our target this past year in approved service levels. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And dealing the average speed to answer a call at 39 seconds is pretty good. That's what, like 7 rings, or you sit a little bit on the Muzak and you don't really know what song it is. But that's the average. So if 70% if 80% are being dealt with in 75 seconds or less, is there a time of day that we're experiencing longer delays?
Through the chair, yes, there is.
And do you know when, like, what would be the busy time, and what would be the length of a delay during the busy time?
And through the chair, it all depends. Every day is different, and it's very dynamic. So, for example, I'll give you an example on Monday. Monday, there was an announcement because of the inclement cold weather about shelters and things of that nature. Now, some of the challenges, and we have to work together. It's not about 311, it's about that service proposition. Now, if we worked a little bit more effectively and efficiently, we've been given heads up in regards to that particular announcement going out, so we could staff it appropriately. But there were tremendous peaks and valleys in that day based upon the need to get information around sheltering.
So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of if the 82nd percentile is 75 seconds. I don't know if that's how you calculate percentiles, but bear with me. I think you know where I'm going here.
Yes.
Let's say the 5% of longest waits. What is the length of time for those 5% of calls? Is it 90 seconds? Is it 240 seconds for the slowest 5% of answers?
Our goal, through the chair, our goal is no more than 120 seconds. In some cases, you do have an option when it hits between the minute-and-a-half threshold to 8 minutes, let's say, in a very, very, very busy day. You also have a callback option, which mitigates that as well.
So the longer calls are 120 seconds?
Yes.
So when I get a resident that says, I sat on 311 for 7 minutes, waiting to get an answer, probably not realistic.
Through the chair, that will not be the norm, but there are always anomalies and things do happen. So for example, I've had some calls and some complaints, and when I've investigated, they are accurate. And they have to do with behavioral issues as well, which we're trying to change and modify too.
So how often are those oddities? Like at what percentage of calls would be an oddity like a 5-minute wait time?
Through the chair, I don't necessarily have those statistics, but based upon my experience, they're very minimal.
Okay. Like less than 1% minimal?
I would say less than 1% is very fair. When we're looking at over 4,000 calls a day on average, less than 1%, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any outside councillors' questions? Councillor Davis?
Have you implemented the changes that came out of the Toronto water freezing pipe chaos of the last 2 years?
Through the chair, we're in the process of them. That's an ongoing process. So we have started to implement those particular initiatives, but there are certain things that we can still learn from. We're actually having joint sessions with Toronto Water to make sure that we understand it. At the end of the day, we're in this together, and we want to make sure that we have the customer at the end of the day. So I know, for example, with Toronto Water, they made sure they looked at the piping and the infrastructure, and they're replacing some of that infrastructure on their own. We're also making sure from a communication perspective when they're inclement weather, we're making sure we have touch points 3 times a day, one in the morning, one at noon, one in the afternoon, just to make sure we have the right information and the right nomenclature around the nuances. So we have implemented that, but nothing is perfect, and to make sure that it's continuous.
Okay. There's a Twitter 311 Twitter debate going on right now about snow removal in the bike lanes at Sherbourne and Richmond. And 311 is twittering out, oh, we've sent to this and it's gone there,
Yes.
tweeting out. The councillors are all weighing in. Are there protocols around when your staff tweet out on service calls publicly?
Through the chair, in terms of their nomenclature and the language that they use, absolutely. We try to refine that. Some people become a little bit loose, and we actually had a community from the tweeting community come in from the public to meet the group in 311 to build a relationship and understanding. But we are checking the language to make sure that it represents the city properly.
I'm not talking about, there's been nothing inappropriately stated. But when do you get into a public, which things are tweeted publicly or responded to publicly, and those that are not?
Right. I do believe that we have to redefine and elaborate on that particular protocol a bit more. This is something that we're relatively new into that environment.
Yes.
We've created a dedicated team around that, and any insight
Okay.
that you could provide, I'll definitely make that adjustment.
And that's kind of maybe a city manager's question or communications question. Now that all the divisions have got Twitter addresses, are there protocols around who's saying what in that venue? But anyway, that's off.
That's probably another question.
Topic.
And just something you might be interested in, I know that I just received a request the other day. So when someone calls in or tweets into 311 and we want to create a service request, we'll create that service request in the back end, but we don't necessarily tweet it out because of privacy reasons as well. So we definitely make sure that we take that into account when we're doing this particular transaction.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. I know we have a social media policy that I don't know if that takes into consideration that, but there is one that we have. So, seeing no other questions, thank you very much. We'll go on to the next division, which is Facilities, Real Estate, Environment, and Energy. Questions from committee members? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. One question. On summary page 2 of 3, this is on the change in the security system maintenance. Would you categorize this as contracting in?
Through the
This is an
chair,
example of when
we brought it back in, you're
we
correct.
brought it back in-house because it was more expensive
Correct.
to do it from a private source.
That is correct. It was more
Two
efficient.
positions being contracted in, just to highlight.
It was a business decision at
A
this.
business decision seems perfectly rational. Can I also say, because I asked questions prior to the budget launch about these things, you've done a very incredible job describing exactly what's going on at each of these steps, and I found this in particular, more than in past descriptions and in other sections of the budget, very, very helpful in describing how an efficiency was made and how an efficiency isn't impacting services. So I think that this is, it laid it out in a very, very clear way. So thank you.
Thank you.
The community-based projects, community-based energy efficiency projects, are these the projects that 2 years ago council requested that staff look into providing loans to community agencies for the purpose of energy efficiencies and doing it against our, as our refundable debt?
Through the chair, you're correct.
How many of these have we done?
We launched, we have 3 that are underway right now. They were initiated in 2015. We have one at Harborfront Center, one with Pioneer Co-ops, and a third one with the YMCA, a multi-year agreement with the Y.
Which Y? Was
This is the YMCA.
Sorry, which one?
Yeah, I guess it's through the, yeah, Toronto, multiple locations.
Okay, because it strikes me that there's a lot more room to do demand management and energy conservation in the community sector than 16 million. Why wouldn't we have a more robust goal, considering this doesn't cost the city anything and it creates jobs?
Because I believe at the time, the target dollar amount was set at $1 million.
And now we're setting it to 16.
Well, what we've done is we've been able to generate higher volumes because there's been greater interest. So right now we've got, we had over $2 million in 2015, and we've got $2 million in each of the next 4 years.
And why wouldn't we increase that number, given that the mayor has come back from Paris saying that Toronto's going to do our part to fight climate change, and this is a net zero?
You know, I think one of the things that the Environment and Energy Division is, if nothing else, is flexible. And I think that, you know, we have seen an increased interest within the community to do these sorts of initiatives. So we are, you know, we're at the early stages of this, and I think if there's an interest, we'll follow that.
And so we could see this number grow in future years if we could generate the interest for it?
Absolutely, we could. Yeah, we've got we have some partnerships that we've formed. We have the Y. We deal all the time with TAF, but this was a very symbiotic process with TAF as well. So I think we've got the groundwork there set, and if it grows, we're right there.
I'm going to hold you to it. Oh, sorry, one last question. Page 25 of the analyst notes. We saw a 16% increase in natural gas consumption.
Yeah.
Is that right? Between 2010 and 2015?
That's correct.
Given that greenhouse, that the largest contributor to greenhouse gases of buildings is in heating through natural gas, can we get an idea of what we're doing to try to reduce that? Because it seems to me like the purpose of some of these funds is to do just that, and that's a pretty big increase.
Yeah, you're correct. I guess the issue between 2010 and now, from an energy point of view, because we have responsibility not only for energy or environment, but energy. Natural gas has been relatively cheap. And I think the other part to that is that natural gas has also been a substitute for coal. You know, I think taking some electricity load off of the grid, using natural gas as a fuel source has enabled the province in some areas to basically get coal out.
Wait, are we measuring the changeover from, we're not measuring in this graph the changeover from coal to natural gas
Maybe on
to create electricity. we're measuring just our consumption of natural gas, which
Correct.
we wouldn't have been burning coal to heat buildings.
That's true.
This is, like, we could have been using electricity to heat buildings, and that switchover would be a logical one from a cost point of view.
Thank you, Councillor.
But, okay.
Any other questions? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regard to the change in staffing level, it's noted on page 15, approved positions, utilized positions in 2004 were roughly 962, 2015, 922, and the budget next year, is that 870? I'm looking at page 15
Of the presentation?
of the, page 15 of the analyst notes. Is that the Pan
Through
Am?
the chair, sorry, through the chair, there is actually, if you look at this chart that you requested, Councillor, and you look at the chart on table, page 21, table 7.
Yes, I noticed that. I was going to ask you, that was my next question.
It's a cleanup through the process, and it should have been corrected.
Oh, okay. So that takes me then to environment and energy.
Okay.
So this employs 62 people, $44 million in expenditures, and I gather that the outcomes in terms of, explain to me the chart at the bottom of page 24.
I just want to just clarify, in the $44 million, $26 million is utilities, just so we're clear on that, on the gross.
25 million comes from the property tax.
Right, but I'm saying utility, the bills that we just talked about a few seconds ago, hydro, those types of bills.
Right,
That's
okay.
24 to 26 million is a part of the 44.
Okay. So in terms of, I just was looking for an explanation on the chart on page 24. Those savings relate to just city facilities that have been identified.
Those savings would relate to energy projects conducted within city buildings.
Right.
Okay.
The large majority of which would be within PF&R facilities. Some of them would be retrofits, some of them would be new.
So you want to just run this by me again, how this department is funded? It's got property tax, 25 million, reserve, 7 million, IDR, interdepartmental transfers, okay.
Correct. That's utilities, because we actually do charge utilities out to certain divisions.
Okay. So is this, in your estimation, can you explain how this is delivering good value to the city?
I think it's excellent value to the city. I think that the division is not just geared up to deliver capital projects. There are other initiatives that we undertake. Some of them are relatively back of house. You don't see them. So, for example, one of the things that was a great accomplishment, I think, in 2015 was a requirement for developers to include an energy plan as part of their application to develop new facilities. There was no requirement in the past to have an energy strategy, and the assumption that's always made is there's lots of electricity available, and that's just not the case. So I think one of the great achievements that we have now is you have to develop a plan. Within our own buildings, we were recognized in 2015 for exceeding the average achieved by 160 buildings in the Race to Reduce initiative that was set up by Civic Action. Over the 4-year period that it ran, for example, the Archives building was the #1 building in that portfolio, and we cut our energy costs by 60%.
But the dollar savings, as indicated and outlined on page 24, are not that significant.
Some of the savings you will not see through this division only. It obviously gets impacted through other organizations. The other thing I think that is important through this division is they also are the lead and oversight around the climate change plan that is being built citywide, which is something that's really critical based on where we're at from just a city perspective, right? So they do deliver on that, and that is actually coming to council by the end of this year, and that's really a critical part. So they have many different types of activities that they work on. Some of them are very transactional, some of them are very strategic and very important from a city perspective.
Have we taken a hard look at what the province does and what the federal government does to ensure that there's no duplication of work?
We work very closely with primarily the provincial government. The federal government has been removed for the last number of years, but we deal...
That may change, hopefully. I mean,
Well, I heard the Prime Minister use the words climate change and resilience in the same sentence. So, you know, I think everybody now, the hours are starting to line up. And I think, you know, the mayor's in Paris, and he heard over and over again in Paris that cities are going to lead the climate change initiative, and that Toronto has a place to, has earned a place of prominence within that community.
Thanks for the answer.
Can I just ask one more point? The table at the bottom of the page on 24, those are facilities management operated buildings. Doesn't
buildings that we own.
Yeah.
Doesn't include PF&R for.
It's the ones that it's the ones that facilities itself actually manages. There could be other ones within PF&R and other agencies and corps that are not part of this number.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Carroll is next.
So can I follow on that? Because I think we need to know that. I think that historically is needed by some folks. Which ones do you manage, and why those and not the others? We've centralized some, and you clean police stations, and not every councillor knows that. Why the ones that you are doing, you know, some ops maintenance in, and why the ones you manage outright, and why the ones you don't?
So through the chair, that is actually a great question. So I'm just going to give you a list of, and I'll tell you the rationale. There's obviously amalgamation, all that nice stuff, and there's still stuff that is being cleaned up. But there are decisions that we have done as an organization to work with other divisions and understand their business requirements from their perspective, right? So we have actually, and this is really important, we actually have worked with the 40 divisions, plus, and also other agencies and corps to look at a baseline for facilities. So looking at custodial, looking at maintenance, we've actually developed that. We have a baseline. It was developed late last year. Sunil and the team with our corporate group has developed that. So we actually have that. We're actually working with each of the divisions because there are nuances. Long-term care will have a different type of requirement because there are certain exceptions. You know, there's other exceptions depending on museums. So we're working with all the division heads to understand, you know, the differences that they need, because there are exceptions. And so that's a good start. So there's an oversight role. We actually have that accountability as an organization. It's through the Facilities Transformation Program that was around for years, but we've moved it along a lot faster, I would say, now. So the other discussion has been, now we've got a baseline, what makes sense for us to manage as a facility group from a business perspective? And a good example is we were talking to a lot of division heads around what's core and what's not core for them. So talking to to paramedics with the chief, we actually moved 20 individuals to our organization from facilities custodial. So we now manage those folks who are part of our budget. There's other elements around parks that we're working with the parks group. They've got a ton of buildings, and they deal with stuff that we do not deal with all the time. So the question is, does that make sense to move, or do we leave it where it is but have the oversight role, make sure we have the baseline, and make sure we have a good practice around what we do? And that is something that we're leaning towards, because we want to make sure that people can still manage their buildings, but they have to follow a practice overall, how you train your staff, the kind of metrics you have. So that's what we're working through.
So they might, PFNR might hang on to a function that you do in other places, but you're trying to get to where everybody's keeping the same standard.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're just one organization, no matter what, right?
So then that leads me to, that's who's going to manage a building. But in the cluster presentation, we were talking a lot about that we've got to have some plans around rationalization of assets, which always scares the bejeepers out of everybody. So I was asking offline, I was asking Joe about if we go down that road, there's always a lot of angst around it. Are we talking about a fire sale, or is there sort of a public sector, is there an understanding or a standard around, okay, within a jurisdiction, you do want to maintain a certain amount of real estate that you still own and you still control? Are there standards or comparators we can look to? When we talk about I don't know who's getting the Jimi Hendrix thing, but I'm having it. The Chiefs?
No, it says.
Sorry, my mic was not working there. So
Oh, okay.
I just,
The example that I'll use is we were questioning the chief around the KPMG report and possibly having a whole different approach to divisions. So 17 giant fortresses on big pieces of real estate could become 8, could become 10 or 7.
Yes.
And they're all over town. We want to maintain ownership of some real estate. So don't we need 2 pieces? The rationalization of whether or not we need to be actually on the asset, but a whole separate policy practice should be going on or review around, but how much real estate should we hold on to in each of the 4 areas of town?
right. And that's exactly what we're doing in 2016, is we're trying to figure out exactly how many square feet of assets do we need and where do we need them. And so by rationalizing, Rob spoke to the Office Modernization Program, whereby we're, I'll say, improving the office space, but at the same time, we're making it more efficient in terms of the size per person. And what we're doing is we're collapsing leases to pay for all of that. So our paybacks are showing that we'll pay for these modernizations within a 5 to 6 year period. And then after that, the city actually is saving money every year after that.
So there's a
that's what
fair
we're
amount
looking
of
at.
getting out of leased property and into
There
owned
is.
property still to come.
Right, and so we're looking at it probably between 4 and 6 million a year can be saved on our core assets. So I say we should be owning our core assets, i.e. City Hall, Metro Hall, all of our civic centers. But let's say we have direct delivery in a certain area that may change in 5 to 10 years for public health, let's say.
Right.
Then maybe I want to lease that property so that I'm flexible to move in 5 years' time as the demographics change in that area. So that's how I look at it. And we're trying to develop a strategy for the city over the next year and report back to council in early 2017.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I just want to remind council, we have 5 divisions, 30 minutes left, so it's about 6 minutes a division. So I suggest whether we're asking questions, I'm not sure, but with 5 divisions, we got a half hour left. So I will, on that, Councillor Davis, we don't get to your division, we don't get to your division.
Chair, what's you say 30 minutes remaining?
We have a sunset clause, we have to be finished on Fridays by 3:30. We have no, it's not legislated, I guess, but it's in our, it's a rule. It's a bylaw. Anyway, I'm just letting you know. Councillor Davis, you're next.
I have a bunch of questions about real estate and 9.4%, and I'm a bit confused by the numbers. So I'll ask Mr. Casale afterwards, because it will take some time. But I do want to ask about security. So the security is going to be increased by at first I read 6.1%. And then I saw 3.3% in the end, in 2 different places.
There's a combination of capital for temporary work that we're doing, as well as the enhanced services that we've had. We're actually adding permanent staff and bringing the 2 staff that we just talked about earlier from the contract work that they were doing back into our organization.
Okay. So we had clearly a bump up in security services during the last term of council.
Correct.
Those circumstances have changed. We also, though, I have certainly noticed, and everyone has commented on the number of security guards that are around this building. An incredible number of security guards around this building now that we never used to have. So is this a standard of security that is going to be maintained? And if it is, who decided it?
So, Councillor, thank you for the question. It's a multi-part answer. Who decided it? I guess the first piece is that under the citywide security policy, Council gave the Chief Corporate Officer the ability to enhance security at key city facilities when required. And that's what we did. In response to Canada's domestic terrorism level moving to medium, we did what we thought was prudent action in consultation with the police and other stakeholders, and moved to the posture that we're at now. When will that change? I wouldn't imagine that would change until either Council made a decision to change that, or that the posture of Canada, the domestic terrorism level, moves back to low.
And so what is that costing us in real dollars, that heightened level of?
So citywide, that enhanced level costs us $680,000 a year. That's citywide.
All right, and that's fine. I'll ask some other questions later about I just wanted to ask real estate. There were a bunch of recommendations from the Auditor General. Have they been, is that work and those recommendations arising out of the Auditor General's report about real estate? Yeah, have those been implemented? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any other outside councillors for questions? Seeing none, we are now moving to Fleet Services. Questions of committee members on Fleet Services? Seeing none, outside councillors, questions on Fleet Services?
I just want to ask again if we're using
Councillor Davis.
more bicycles. Is there a plan to increase the number of cyclists for these kinds of services?
Through the chair, that's something that we're working on, Councillor, and that'll be part of our Green Fleet Plan report back in Q2 of this year.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McConnell.
Are you, I'm assuming that you're working with the Energy Efficiency Office. I see that they're kind of working a lot with real estate, but I'm assuming that they're working in addition to that with fleet. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, great. And so would we expect in that same report to hear about how we're moving to get off fossil fuels and the new hybrids and electric cars that have been brought in across Europe and other parts of the world that have longer batteries and longer life? So will you be exploring that?
Through the chair, yes. There's a number of opportunities for greenhouse gas emission reductions and similar that will be part of our report back in Q2 of this year.
Great, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Councillor Carroll, just going to take it back in the committee. She had one quick question we'll entertain.
I don't know if Councillor McConnell just asked it because I was looking through my notes and remembered that I had a question here. There's an unfunded request that PF&R made to have some new services provided by Fleet, and it's an odd one because there's no text, there's just the sum. They're asking to have new services provided by Fleet of $160,000, but there's no position attached to it. What function are they asking of you?
Through the chair, I believe that's only added to the budget if it gets approved. Is that correct, Rob?
Yes, it's been referred to budget process. It's currently unfunded, but are you aware of what the request, what would happen as a result of it?
I believe it's some just additional vehicles and equipment for the services that they've been tasked with.
It's outside of the budget. It's $160,000 in operating, but there's no position attached to it. So if it's a vehicle buy, why would it be in operating?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's leasing and equipment costs associated with items that are part of the referred list from the Parks and Environment Committee. So if you agree to some of those items, then it has associated costs over in Fleet. So they're connected.
I remember now from the PF&R budget. Okay. Okay, I hope we have time to get to social procurement before sundown.
Like I said, we'll see what happens. I know Councillor Layton, you've asked.
Yeah, and it was just one quick question because I know we've made this request before, Fleet Services, around idle management software that allow us not to sit there with vehicles idling, and I couldn't find anything in the Consolidated Green Fleet Plan. But I recall, if I recall, an MPP Cole was working on something that was showing promise for idle management. Any update on whether or not idling management software that was being installed in the vehicles, the province was piloting it and it was saving money. like a good amount of money.
Through the chair, that's correct. So as part of our odometer download solution that's touched on within our notes, it's an RFID solution. One of the abilities is to extract data that identifies idling in parks. So it speaks to exactly what you're...
But there was a technology that turned off a vehicle, even if it was a service vehicle, and maintained the functionality of computers and whatever, to in fact reduce the idling and gas consumption.
Through the chair, that's correct. We actually have about 500 vehicles in fleet that do have that on them right now.
Okay. Should include that in the report. That's good. That's green. Thank you.
Thank you. That's not bad. That's one division in 7 minutes, so we're getting there. IT is next. Questions from committee members? Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In just question about the top line number in expenditures. From last year's notes, it says that the 2015 received budget was $70,700,000, and in this year's notes, it says that the actual budget spent was more than $1.5 million over that. Is that, who am I speaking to? I'm just wondering if these are the numbers that I have from the analyst notes. Can you explain that? Or can that be explained?
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Through the chair, Councillor, those were a result of some in-year adjustments.
Meaning? I mean, if the council approved a budget of, unless council approved a different budget from that was in the notes, but it says $70,745,000, and it looks like we're spending $72 million. It's an overrun of $1.5 million.
Yeah. These are predominantly what's driving that are, again, through the chair, Councillor, are when we talk about in-year adjustments, those are in some functional area where they had IT resources or IT functions that were being done in the division. They've transferred over that responsibility and those resources to us.
Okay.
And those items are reflected in the budget.
So in 2014, roughly 756 positions were budgeted and approved. Just over 616 were utilized. That went up. That was still within budget last year. Last year we budgeted for 823. It went to 695. So the allocation or the utilization of that budget was well under what was allowed. Now for next year, there's again an increase in the ask of bodies, even though the use of that budget and that quantity is well under. Why is there such a huge gap in this particular area? And that's question one. Why is there such a huge gap? And does the $73 million budget in IT reflect the expenditure for 850 employees?
Through the chair, a quick answer to your second question is yes. In terms of your first question, with existing resources or vacancies that are available, yet a requirement for additional resources, there are, as we introduce, we have the responsibility of maintaining a suite of technologies, a complex, broad suite of technologies. And as we introduce, we have the responsibility of maintaining, but also growing that environment as the business requirements increase. But we also introduce new technologies, as we've probably heard in some previous budget presentations. And the skill set associated with those are different. Right. And so hence, when we have projects that are from capital projects that we implement and there's a result in an operating impact, those are the net new that you're seeing. In terms of the existing, we have some resources that are vacant as a result of our gapping target. but we're also aggressively filling outstanding vacancy needs, and we've been on a downward trend over the past.
Just watching the time, so on this complement of, 700 or 800 employees, what is the annual turnover
The annual,
in employees?
the annual turnover for us in 2014 was 4.1%. In 2015, we're estimating 3.8%.
So that's in line, is that in keeping with other city departments? That's high. And so if this is higher than the average, is that because of, are we having difficulty competing with the private sector? Are we having difficulty competing with other municipal jurisdictions? Or are they just, wayward souls that want to get a backpack and go travel someplace?
Again, through the chair, probably a combination of the above. The thing about technology is it's independent of sector. You have technology in the private sector, public sector, software, hardware platforms across both. You have different reasons that drive competitiveness in terms of the organization, geographical location of where people live and where they work. And so we have all of those competing factors, hence why we've made sure that we've put a focused effort on creating a holistic talent management strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Your time is up. I'll go to Councillor DiCiano next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. Where is the city today in terms of using analytics with its technology to quantify the performance of our divisions, bring forward data analysis that allows us to make information-based decisions using, historical behavior data, prior decisions, outcomes? Where are we with analytics in Toronto?
Again, through the chair, to build on an earlier response, we have a portfolio of solutions where we've organized the portfolio into 12 programs. One of the programs that we've established is information management and business intelligence. In that, we were looking for more solutions where we can not only analyze operational metrics, drive towards KPIs, but ensure that from a holistic manner, operating departments have good data, good information, so they can make good decisions. Where are we in the landscape of maturity of business intelligence? Our business intelligence program, we're somewhat on the infancy, and I would say that we're maturing in that area. Why do I say that? We have, in order to really extract business intelligence, you need to have the base systems in there so you can capture the operational metrics and do further analytics and reporting. There's parts of the city that we are still automating, we're still transforming, and so we need to do that base layer first before we can truly extract the full benefits of business intelligence. But it is one of our 12 key programs. We have senior leader leading that, and we're looking to align a lot of our the investments in that area to drive more value.
So are we constricted mainly by funding, or what are our barriers to really ramping up our ability to bring analytics and business intelligence to our daily operations?
Again, through the chair, it's not just funding. We have some good strategic leaders in the organization, and what they're doing is they're taking advantage of, rather than just automating what they have today, let's take some time and analyze what's our business model today, what do we want it to be tomorrow. Let's look for opportunities for optimization, streamlining, efficiencies, and transformation. Once we understand that, then make the investment with the associated technology to drive out that model. So we've been a lot more focused on that rather than implementing a new solution and then realizing afterwards, oh, wait a second, that's not the way we want to run the business. Let's spend some more time on the business process mapping, business process reengineering, implement the reengineered state.
Thank you. So we are, analytics has become a fairly substantial component to bringing efficiency and performance to some of the top organizations and corporations across the world. There are Major League Baseball teams who have won World Series with the smallest budgets based on analytics.
Yes.
So we know that it's proven, and we know that the best and most agile organization in the world
are really ramping up to make sure their decisions are based on figuring out patterns in data. When are we going to get there? When are we going to have the ability to get there, to be able to say we are an organization that uses analytics in our daily lives?
Again, through the chair, great question. I think we're on the way there in terms of, let's think from a macro level, and with the city's focus on service level reporting and associated metrics. So it starts with a holistic strategy, and a lot of the work that's been done over the last couple of years to change language, really not just around money and funding, but around service levels and what levels are we trying to achieve and what's the associated investment to either achieve that level, reduce it, increase it, et cetera. That has forced us as an organization to look at what are the underpinning metrics, KPIs, as we look at it from a service lens. We're on our way. What it's also done is in some areas of the business, hey, we have some great metrics, some great KPIs. In some areas, we need to make some investments. So as we went through our capital investment process, we made sure we took a look holistically at some of those factors so that we can help modernize the business across the board.
When the CFO spoke and talked about, we briefly discussed technology, and he talks about we're still dealing with amalgamation, years and years and years later. I guess it's everybody's fault. It's policymakers and it's our own staff. It's a failure to be able to have moved forward. And through the informal budget review over the past several months, I've spoken to many directors, and it just seems that, like you said, unless it's a holistic approach, there's just too many competing interests at every single, 44 different divisions and businesses, all looking for certain things. Are we ever going to be able to bring forward a holistic approach?
Through the chair, I think so. And it started by organizing our portfolio around strategic programs and functions that we want to accomplish. Rather than talking about systems and funding for those systems, what outcomes are we trying to achieve? And what that has done is it's forced us to take a look at existing projects that are already in flight, new projects, and making sure that systematically that they are driving towards some clearly defined outcomes in those areas. So I believe that we're going to get there. We have other efforts that are underway in terms of looking at application rationalization, increased utilization of our infrastructure, and looking from a larger blueprint, let's say, architecture perspective.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to cut you off. I appreciate the lengthy, but we're almost getting to 7 minutes. We almost are at 3:30. I apologize for having to cut you off, but if you maybe talk afterwards, I know you've had.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna have one more, at this point, I think just really one more person ask questions. It'll be Councillor Carroll.
Well, yes, and it's a follow-on on Councillor DiGiano's line of questioning. I'm just frustrated now because Councillor DiGiano sounds very frustrated and like we failed and we're continuing to fail and it's sad. But some of the answers you're giving and some of the things you're talking about are programs in here. They are things that are tail end of FPARs that's in here. They are enterprise systems pieces that are in here. So it's not like we've done nothing and we need to find a whole new tranche of bucks, right?
Correct.
So we finish all these building blocks. What I hear you saying is there will be more building blocks needed. 3 things are now certain: death, taxes, and IT. We get that. But there is a lot of what you've given in answers that is built in currently to this budget and being tendered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the chair, correct. Those 12 programs I keep referring to are foundational investments that the city is leveraging and continuing to look for ways to optimize, to contribute to a lot of the dialogue we just previously had.
Right, and at the end of the day, the promise that those many years ago Mr. Weldon made to me will be there, that we'll have enough data collection and analytics that not only is Councillor DiGiano satisfied, but what they said years ago was that the thing of having, we got to have some finance staff analyzing PF&R here, but we also have to have 2 or 3 of them over there because we don't get the information unless our guys live in their department. That will be automated. by the time we get to the end of the 5.6 million in here.
Through the chair, correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I will sleep tonight, Mr. Chief.
There we go. I'm glad to hear that. So anyway, thank you very much. I have a few sort of wrap-up stuff just as we get into Monday. So that'll be the last division that we'll be dealing with today, unfortunately. A couple things. So on Monday, we're going to be dealing with Toronto Community Housing and all the accountability officers. They'll be doing presentations first thing in the morning. And then we have the other city programs, legal services, clerks, city council, office of the mayor. I wanted to reiterate that I've been saying all week with regard to the briefing note requests. I have been asking all week that briefing note requests come in during the week. And we have now a list here of, I think, about 25 to 28 briefing note requests that have come in. And I appreciate and I thank all the councillors who have done that. Reason why we wanted to have them all in specifically was the opportunity, again, to not have the problem we had last year when we had so many of them come in at the last minute. It was very confusing, not only for committee members, but I think for staff and all of that. And what I'm trying to do is to, and I guess suggest to some of the councillors who are hoping that the briefing notes are going to be passed, because the committee has to pass them, and kind of looking at where I'm going when I'm looking at, supporting a briefing note or not, and it'll probably be some of the other committee members. I'm going to be looking very carefully at the level of detail that each briefing note request comes in, and how much staff time is actually going to be had on those briefing notes. We had some briefing notes last year and some work that I had talked to division heads where they pulled people away from incredibly important projects to deal with a briefing note that may not have been pertinent. Okay, and I'm just explaining my thought process if I'm going to support a particular briefing note, Councillor Davis. Thank you. And other council members will be doing so. I will be looking at how pertinent it is to the 2016 budget process on a decision that we'll all be making. So I'm looking at a number of different factors. At this point, we have over 25, and I don't know how many are coming in on Monday, but if you find another 20, 30 coming in, we are going to, as a budget committee, have to make decisions whether or not we want to do all of them or some of them. And the fact that we have some here to start reviewing, I think, is positive. But again, understanding, I do not want to have the confusion that we had last year, because this is, in essence, one long meeting. The process is we generally move motions at the end of a meeting, and I just want to be clarified, because it's going to take a little bit to get through all these on Monday.
Can I suggest maybe something that would help? What's different this year, what's a big improvement, is that people have submitted them at this early stage. So if there's a problem with one, could it not be handed back to the person who wants to move it so that we could say to them, let's refine this a little, because what you're asking for takes more time than probably you thought?
And again,
Then the staff member and the councillor could work out what information do you really need that could be expeditiously executed.
And in fact, Councillor Carroll, that's why actually I wanted them. So now we can actually do that.
Rather than just kill it and not vote for it.
The difficulty will be is briefing note requests that come in at the last minute on Monday that they may not be passed.
Right, but you've got 25 of them now, so if it's a no-go,
I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thank you,
Mr.
Councillor
Chair?
Davis.
Just a question. There's still a significant portion of the budget, which is the non-program portion of the budget. Could we dedicate some time on Monday as well to have questions and answers about non-program?
I will look into that to sort of see it. Part of it depends on, I appreciate that. He's not the chair of the committee.
No, that's true, sorry.
I will look at that as the day goes on. This list, council made the decision on this list quite a while back on what was going to be going on. This has all been published, and again, that was a decision that council made a while back, and to put something on at the last minute, I'm not suggesting we won't, but to put something on at the last minute, outside of the decision that was made by council previously.
Why don't you make the decision today, and it could be posted? A non-program.
Our oversight, not this.
I'll work at trying to endeavor to get that done on Monday. That's the goal, Councillor Davis. Seeing none, look at that, we have about 1 minute left. I want to thank all the staff, everybody, by the way, who have been here all day. Of course, the council members, it's day 3 down. We have one more to go on these divisions, and I thank everybody for all the work and effort.
Chief, can we leave our binders here over?
No, I think you'll have to take all your binders and clean up for the weekend.